Hey there guys, it's Metro and we're back. That's all I got. That's it. We'll start early today again. Get off early, go play some basketball. It's supposed to be let's see, we said yesterday at the start of the stream, right? 40 currently, so that's not bad. It's 57 now. So it's really weird because yesterday when I woke up it said 50 for today. And then when we start the stream, which was like an hour and a half after I woke up, it said 52. Then at the end of the stream it said 56. Now it says 57. So that's plenty. Hopefully there'll be people there. But I need to test my knee. I think I hurt my knee pretty bad, so a week and a half ago. So we'll see what happens. But anyway, we're back. Still chasing some progression, but I'm gonna try to change our approach a little bit here and just focus on having fun for a couple days after a rough couple of keys. But yeah, what's up guys? Robin, Raven, and Topics, welcome. I think we're good on, did we actually use all of our currency? Yeah, we did. Use it to upgrade the trinket. That might have not been the smartest choice, but I like that trinket a lot. Now we have both trinkets have versatility on them, so that's really nice. That helps. Back up to 31% first, which is really good. So yeah, then we there's nothing else we can upgrade, I don't think. Jeremy, you're welcome. Nice to get you live. Alexander, welcome. Good luck with the keys. Thank you. What are you normally doing? Probably working, right? Day off today. That's the normal reason to not normally see the stream, but to be here today. So, yeah, I don't think there's anything else that we can upgrade, right? Fully upgraded. Just waiting for these weekly gilded crests to come in. But now, if we ever choose to use that again, that's free, so we'll do that. Good. I think it was Tagore who said I should probably go spend all the wax. Let's go do that too, actually, before we get started, because I have no idea why I have 618 wax on me that I've just never used, but this should be a lot of money. I don't know how much you get, but hey man, old DK friend Peel's here. I've decided to get better at blood. May have questions if I feel like I'm struggling somewhere. Well, you come to the right place. We will answer any and all questions. Let me know. And if you run into a key that you feel like is representative of your struggles, feel free to, well, you'd have to have it recorded before that. But yeah, if you did have it recorded, we'll happily take a look at it. I was the DK from Dawnbreaker. That was funny last season. Oh, yeah. You're the guy who... yeah, I remember. Hi, YouTube, as the monk was going nuts, right? That's funny. Oh, sweet, yeah, definitely. Absolutely offer that to you, then. Alright, let's see. Oh, this is why I stopped sending them in, because I wanted to get Valor Stones from it. But it's just like, you get so many Valor Stones, you're never going to need these. Blood's pumping this season, oh yeah. Well, I don't know anything about Sandland, but I'll try my best to help if you have general questions. How many is it? It's 5 per, so what are we halfway through? Yeah, it's not as much as you think it is here, but and then per one of these looks like TBC gems, we get how much gold? I don't know. This is such a great system. This is probably one of the best systems they've ever added to world content. Absolutely adore this. I don't know if they're going to continue it forward, but if every expansion had something like this, it would have been amazing. That's it. Okay, so we have 12. So let's see how much money we actually make. Good morning, Randy. Welcome. And BC Amazing. How the hell are you guys? What are you getting for it? I used to get the materials, but last time we did this, people were saying like, nah, you'll never make the materials be more valuable than just the raw gold. Can we buy them in bulk? No. That's annoying. I'm capped whole season. What do you mean? Is it variable or is it always the same amount of gold? Let's see. We have 12 boxes of currency, 200 only, so not very much, to be honest. That might not have been the right purchase. There's no way we wouldn't have made more than 200 by buying ore. But that was not very good. Go back to buying ore. They must have nerfed that or something. I feel like that was higher at one point. You get Valor from turning it in. That's why I stopped turning them in, yeah. But you also get, I guess, resonance crystals. The main thing is you get those items that you can use to buy stuff. But anyway. Alright. Time for keys. Blizzard's so stingy with gold giving. Well, to be fair, that's... you make a lot of gold just from doing it before you turn those in, too. That's the other thing about that. Like, we made gold because while doing it, you get materials that you can sell, you know? You make a lot of gold with wax. And not only gold, but it's fun, too. I really enjoy it. It's, like, very low... It's just, like, low stress and just... I don't know, just something to do. It's kind of cool. I quite like that part a lot. But we'll play the waiting game yet again. Not going to bother with 15s, but... 14s, I guess we're knocking on the door of, although haven't had a lot of success with the 13s. I'm not exactly sure what resonance crystals are actually used for, but one way or the other, all the different currencies and world stuff in this expansion are, it's the best. Like, I don't think there's ever been better. I would say this is the best expansion for it. I feel like in retail, gold never seems to be an issue, compared to Classic anyway. Right, because in Classic it has like built-in gold check marks that you need to meet, you know? Although nowadays in Classic there's, yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but in real, like, not ridiculous Classic, it was a big problem. You needed gold to respec talents. You needed gold to, you know, buy BOEs. You needed gold for enchants, consumables, like all your basic stuff. And then, of course, you needed lots and lots of gold for your mounts. And, oh, and training spells, too, right? Yeah, training spells was, like, a lot of gold. So, nowadays, you don't actually do any of that. Which I think most people prefer. I don't necessarily like how it works in Classic, to be honest. That's one thing I definitely would say. Like, it's funny because I've done a lot of editing of Classic private server stuff, and I've never thought about gold. Like, it doesn't feel like it matters to me in like a single player Classic game, to be honest. But I think that's because, like, there's so many other levels of kind of like cheating, or what do you consider like changing the game, that it just becomes irrelevant. But if it was up to me, I would make all gold drops just 2x in like a 1x server, and I think that would solve all the problems. And then obviously, you know, that doesn't really work the way people play the game now, but if you were going back to 2004, that's how I would have solved it. I think everything was pretty solid. It was just a little bit too stingy on like regular quests and stuff. I bought gold in 2005 for my epic mount. I bought gold in 2005. That's crazy. I didn't even think people were selling back then. 10 years ago, we used to call it vanilla. Now, do we still call it that now, or is it just Classic? Well, Blizzard officially calls it Classic, so the way people describe it now, or refer to it now, is if they're talking about actual 2004 and 5, they say vanilla. But if they're talking about Classic, you know, 2019 and onward, then they talk about the word Classic. Or I say modern Classic a lot, or Blizzard Classic kind of thing, because there's also private server Classic, which is a whole different beast still that does exist, but not many people bother with it, I guess. Current Classic is just Classic. Hasn't been vanilla since 2004, right? Yeah. That was in the OG days. Multi-boxers and the infancy of bots. Yeah, I can imagine. Not really very popular back then. Hey, Creamily, welcome. Oh, you know what we never looked at, though, yesterday? Let's look at the actual damage of the trinket. It's not nothing. Yeah, it's very low, though. But 13 million damage, not too shabby. We'll take it. La Scorpa as well, welcome. I've been playing the new Fresh Classic quite a lot recently. I've given up playing certain classes. The amount of bots ruining the economy is wild. Yeah, it's just hard to enjoy. I tried. Maybe I didn't try as hard as I could have, but I did try to enjoy it, and it's just not It ain't for me anymore. Loving the stream, man. Keep it up, Mark. I will certainly be keeping it up. Thank you. What's your favorite part of the stream? What are the things I should keep up? Always a good question to ask, it feels like. Rookery 14 invite. Look at that. Okay. Well. The chill. You like how it's chill. Okay. Not always that way, so I appreciate you saying that, but...
Protect the machines.
Chat participation. That part is definitely... That part is definitely unique. Couldn't get into Classic Fresh or Hardcore this time. Nostalgia is gone. Yeah, nostalgia is still a big part of Classic, but definitely at this point it's... The people have ruined it, right? Like, it's now like a bastardization of what nostalgic feelings should be. Definitely not the same. I played since 2004. Been at Death Knight since 2007. Switched to Demon Hunter. Got so tired of shit mobility. How long have you been playing Death Knight? I have a whole video on my origins of WoW. I would recommend checking it out if you're interested in that question's in-depth answer. But TLDR, I started playing Blood Death Knight for WoD challenge modes. And I started maining it in Legion. No issues at all with mobility. Mobility is like relative. Like, we talk about this in a video coming actually on Saturday, so stay tuned. Tomorrow is gonna have a fucking insane video coming out, by the way. But anyway, yeah, being fast is nice, right? And Demon Hunter's fast, but they're too fast. They're too fast to the point where the group can't keep up with them. And I have seen that fail them far more than I have seen that help them. So you just need to not be the slowest in the group, and that's why I take Wraithwalk. Because, what do they say? Something beats speed. What is it? Precision beats speed or something like that? Like, accuracy and knowing you need to move is better than just being fast. So knowing where and when I need to go places usually ends up making me the first person at all the, you know, at all my targets, basically. Yeah, that video as well. It's gonna be live tomorrow, but yeah, that video is gonna be. Oh, or maybe you're talking about the Origins video. Yeah. That's there too if you want to take a look at that. You can't miss what you never had, right? I mean that's true too, obviously, yeah, but not related. Something you said on a Classic video was on point. I was leveling and kept seeing people spamming trade chat for dungeons with all good loot on reserve. Oh yeah, it's just like total demoralization. I don't really know how, like, or why, to be honest, but it's like, just totally saps me of all interest when I see that, because it's like, that's not the game. Like, you know what I mean? It's not retail. Like, I could see why you would want it in live WoW. I could see why you would want it if you're a Mythic progression raider or you're a Mythic Plus player and all this shit, you know? It makes sense here, even though I still don't love it. But to see it in Classic, it's like, no, this is the whole point of the game, man. Like, you're supposed to enjoy the gearing process. Like, I cannot express to that. I'm sure even in live WoW, you guys agree with this. Like, gearing up a character is fun. It's supposed to be the best part. Like that, like when an expansion launches, you level the character. It's exciting. You start playing and gearing the character at max level, and that early, like 2 or 3 week progression curve is like what grips you to the point where you keep playing. These people are trying to fucking skip that. They're like, I don't want this to take a minute longer than it has to. Why are you playing? Like, what are you trying to do then at that point? Like, if you don't enjoy that part, then you just aren't playing Classic like, you're just totally off on why you're playing it. Like, don't play it. It's not a fucking raid log game, man. To like log on and just try to parse and then log off again, it's like, it's just disgusting to me. It really just disgusts me. It's really weird. It's like, sounds hyperbolic and stupid, but to see that play out in a game like that I have like such strong emotional connection to, and such like vaunted, you know what I mean? Like, it's like such a high, it's like on a pedestal in that way, and it's like the game had such pacing and deliberation to it, and such interesting, you know, exploring the world and seeing these dungeons for the first time and entering Blackrock Foundry or Blackrock Mountain for the first time, and then you're like, yeah, I hate this shit. Just give me the loot. Shut the fuck up. All gear reserved. It's like, okay. Is DFC the easiest dungeon this season? Easiest to time, but I would not say the easiest to upgrade. Like all around. They enjoy bottoming the damage in full BIS while kicking undergeared players. It's like that ego shit really gets on my nerves too. Like, yeah. Like, okay, I get it if you want to do that. Like, people did that even on private servers. Like, there was a guild I was in that was a really great group of people, and I played a lot with them back in Cataclysm on classic private servers. And they would do that. Like, they would just farm. Like, we did, like, the first boss of Blackrock Depths, like, 100 times. And it was, like, just to get people the gear. And they would just run it over and over and over and over again. And it's like, yeah, this ain't really how I like to play WoW, to be honest. But it was like, all right, yeah, get your gear. You need the gear, right? But it was like a whole different atmosphere to do it that way. But yeah, now it's just gotten to the point where people aren't even going to do that. They're just like, no. If the item drops, I'm taking it, and then I'm done. I'm never doing this again. Literally the only reason I play WoW, the whole experience of making your character stronger grips me. Yeah, that's like the core, right? Our guild in TBC was like that with Karazhan. Like recent TBC. It's gotten even better now. After the release of the Warrior Quest trinket that heals you, they're creating groups for leveling dungeons and reserving healing items. Warrior Quest trinket that heals you. Is that Season of Discovery or where is that happening? What does reserving healing items mean? I saw a lot of it gearing a Disc Priest during Rad Classic last phase. So many people kicked for no gear and gearing content. That's fucking insane, man. The first release of TBC. Oh, damn. Lots of guilds like that on White Main private server. Yeah, I'm sure it's like, sadly, kind of melded into that version of game too now. Diamond Flask. Is that a new? What do you do with that? What is that? Why are people doing that? That actually good? People want that? Had that new player experience the other year with the T-WoW new zones. Oh, Turtle WoW. Yeah, that's cool. I definitely like the idea of like the servers that are out there trying to make classic interesting again. That's I mean that's kind of what I've been doing. Although I have no idea how to make new zones. Like I can't do that. But hey Jay, what's up? You're welcome. Diamond Flask level 55. So warriors reserving healing items used specifically to use with the trinket. I guess I don't understand how it worked. Well, either way, weirdos. No thanks. Alright, that's a weird... Never seen that happen before. Yeah, that's a 14, so we better fucking strap in and take it serious. The 13 beat us up a bit, but I think we'll be alright. Warriors have healing sets since Diamond Flask heals you, so pre-pop and gear swap before pull. Oh, really? That's great. I've never heard that before in my life. I used to raid a lot in the classic days. I did all 12s on my Blood Death Knight. Which dungeon do you think is easiest on 13 to start with? Theater of Pain for me. I love how fast Rookery is. Yeah, 29 minutes. That's pretty short, huh? Really short.
The title, the throne. It should have been mine, Pilgrim. You never deserve to be Stormward.
Oh god. Wow.
Beware.
Wow, we might not be ready for this shit. Taking a long time to die too. Just the hardest packs in here though, at least. What's that robe? What's going on?
Beware.
Was he AFK in the first pack too? That's why it's taking so long, yeah.
Beware.
Hopefully the issues, or the rogue had issues, are no longer present. $20 million umbilicus gonna help for a little bit. Then we're about to get spanked again. Lichborn up. I keep. Oh man, we're dead. We're in trouble. We still have Purgatory though, but we kind of need it for the next pack. Alright, these rook cards are dying nice and quick. Very good. That wasn't too bad actually. So just dancing rune weapon right now. Grandpa back. Good. Alright. Oh, you're dead. That's not in the cards. That wasn't on the list of things that we were expecting. I'm not sure what Lightning Surge actually does compared to Lightning Bolt. Is that better or worse? Yeah, they're dead again. That may be it right there.
Beware.
Hey Max, what's up? Hey, welcome. Oh, wait, what?
Beware.
Lightning Stir buffs the Storm Root. Oh, is that how? Oh, so we probably want to kick that still anyway, besides the other stuff, right? What would you like to say? Rogue who was AFK for a pack.
Beware.
Is there anything you ever wish you had that warrior tanks have? No. A shield, I guess, maybe, yeah. It rages the birds, gotcha. Broke Leap would have been nice. Yeah, but that's just not Blood Death Knight. Chris, what's up? Hey, welcome. Morning, Zach, as well. Hope keys go well today. I have a Johnny Depp from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas tattoo to do today. Oh, yeah. I got my client to watch your stream while I tattooed them. Oh, really? Well, that's... you don't have to do that, but I appreciate that, I guess. Yeah, if you want to do that, you're welcome to do it. As long as they like WoW, then I guess they'll have fun. Trisha, welcome. How you been? Lines up very well with Van Blood, just shrink it down. Baseline execute skill would probably be good for Blood Death Knight instead of Soul Reaper, you mean? Like a non-talented one or something? The only thing Blood Death Knight's ever had that they don't have right now that I would like to see again is it's called Dark Simulacrum. It was a really interesting spell. But it was only really interesting because there was a lot of interesting uses of it. I don't really think there would be a lot. I don't know how it would work nowadays, but it'd probably still be really, really cool for keys. Very fun in PvP as well, that spell? Yeah, maybe. I never used it in PvP, but... Oh yeah, it was like literally would solo the Everbloom, third boss Everbloom, which is funny because we just fought that again somewhat recently. In WoD challenge modes, Dark Simulacrum would solo that boss. A Blood Death Knight can solo that. Well, I mean that's not. It's not that absurd, but it is actually like it would beat the boss with one spell. You wouldn't have to do anything else. Best time to type DPS? A DPS rogue? I don't know what the fuck is why you brought that up. But whatever. Not gonna win a lot of arguments if you're AFK after the first pack of the dungeon. Sorry. It like almost like spell reflect, yeah. Like you take the spell yourself and then throw it back, kind of thing. That's how it worked, which is really cool. But it was like overpowered as shit, like insanely overpowered in WoD challenge modes. In WoD challenge modes, there were some things you can literally just take and just reflect back for like hundreds of damage, hundreds of percentages of damages. Gamer down, yeah, gamer down. That shit is so funny, man. I'll never forget that. Another day of free entertainment, that's right. Rogue, question mark? That time though, you're still at the first boss? Oh, this is way over, yeah. This was over when the guy went AFK, to be honest. This keeps really tight. I mean, I don't know about on 14 either, man. We did it on 13 and it's tight. I imagine on 14 you need pretty much perfect. Dark Simulacrum Chaos Bolts. Oh, and PvP. Yeah, that'd be cool, right?
Beware. Beware.
Last boss shield needs to be nerfed. Nerf. No, that's just like, yeah, I mean, the fight's just like kind of a weird fight, right? I would nerf is, I mean, it's not really.
Beware.
It definitely doesn't need a nerf. It's just kind of a hard fight. Kind of a long, strange encounter. Hey Metro, Jumanji Birdie, welcome. Any funny Mythic Plus videos you working on for the weekend? Yes. I already got one coming tomorrow, so stay tuned. I would like to have the horse and horseman from Unholy. Oh, if I could play that hero talent, I would play that hero talent 100%. Was doing some 10s to fill the vault and people still use Lust during the shield phase. Yeah. I've seen people do it and it's honestly, like, it's not the end of the world. Like, if you do that, it's actually not bad. The problem is you just are going to make the fight longer, but if you have all your CDs up at the pole, it might not be that bad of an idea. Long, strange encounters are a great way to describe most fights in this dungeon. Yeah, that's true. I love this rogue. I'm starting to think that he's here to play for the camera. Because the things he's saying are just, obviously, he's just trolling, I think, at this point. He knows he's being watched. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you can't say that seriously. You should desktop your Holy Pally. Oh, yeah. And I don't even have it leveled, man. It's kind of sad. I just don't have any interest in it. I don't know why. I used to love leveling characters, but I just don't have any passion for leveling them right now. Well, it's just honestly, it's just too fun. It just takes all interest away from other stuff. I'm an alcoholic. All I do is level characters. I really enjoyed leveling. Like, I haven't even touched like a leveling challenge or anything in so long. It's kind of weird. Paladin should never be played from a Death Knight main. No, Paladin is the reason I'm a Death Knight main, which is kind of crazy. I've been swapping back and forth between Prot Warrior and Prot Paladin. Are they entertain? You feel like they're easy to play, like side by side? Yeah, like, we kind of got to the spot slowly. And he was just too far to one side of it, basically, because of that, and he got hit by the beam. Paladin's why I became Death Knight main too. Yeah, it's actually really cool. I really like the like kind of dichotomy between the two classes, and especially back in Warcraft 3. It was really neat. Still pretty cool. I haven't played since Season 2 of Dragonflight. I like the new circle graphics, much cleaner. Yeah, it's definitely a lot clearer to see which mechanics are dodgeable and all that. I just saw somewhere last night that the original idea for creating Death Knight was to sacrifice one. Yeah, you're supposed to have a, I think it was even a paladin, but maybe it was anything. But yeah, you're supposed to have a level 55 character get turned into a level 55 Death Knight, which I really like the idea of. In fact, both me and Cop liked that idea so much that Cop actually did a leveling marathon. I guess he still does technically, but he just hasn't done one in a long time. But he used to do these marathons where he would do it all for charity and try to level a character in one sitting. And yeah, so he started a paladin and then converted it to a Death Knight in the middle of the charity run. It was really cool. I like that. That was probably my favorite concept of his.
Come then, face me. I will stand proud on the debris of your corpse. I command this rookery by right.
Did you saw 17 Rookery route? No. That's a Bodies Hit the Floor Season 2 song request. That's a tough one to sing. Not a lot of melody to the song. But I do like, what's the name of that band again? I love that one song. It's like the first song I ever loved singing.
Beware.
I'm tearing away. Pieces are falling, I can't seem to make them stay. Love that song. Drowning Pool, that's it, yeah. Lead singer died, right? After their first album or something? You run away. Faster and faster, you can't seem to get away. Yeah, that was like the first song I ever felt like I loved to sing. Hopefully he didn't drown. That would be ironic. Yeah, that would be bad.
Beware.
He had a heart condition. Yeah, he was young too, right? Karaoke stream when? Never.
Feel my blessing. Beware. My directive.
Died of congestive heart failure. Well. Only 30, damn. That's scary.
Beware.
Must be my birthday if Mitch was singing. Yeah. I like singing. I mean, I love singing, to be honest. It never feels like the right opportunity to sing. But once it gets brought up and it's the right opportunity, we go for it.
Beware.
Metro only sings in 14s or higher. Good one.
Beware. That is my directive. Run away, little girl. Beware. I deserve this. Oh.
The rogue is in Graal's guild. Oh, really? Didn't know. Was he's raiding, I guess? Is that why?
Beware.
After every time 14, you should take sound requests. That'll be easy. I don't expect to upgrade 14s anytime soon. Or maybe if we get the right dungeon.
Beware. I do not like that it feels darker and colder as we go down. But there are more survivors to rescue. The lift is out. If we want to keep going, we will have to go down the Storm Rider way. We have to take it down.
Holy what? People were saying you can snap those mobs. That didn't work. Don't know. Do we need extra count? They just reset. Okay, that was not not the strategy. We might not even need them. Yeah, it snapped and then reset, it looks like. Unless they died, maybe. I don't know. Wasn't paying attention to that part.
Beware.
Big win for Duke last night, by the way. I had to stay up till fucking midnight. More than midnight, really. It was 1 a.m. by the time I finally got to sleep. Watched that Arkansas game, too. That was nuts. I really was rooting for Arkansas. Next four decided tonight, right? Yep. No, wait. Elite 8 is decided tonight, then Final Four. I'm not sure what you mean. If there's more games tonight, if that was your question, yeah. Also a big win for the Yankees, too. That was a nice game. They struggled. That Devin Williams guy is not... He is going to be hard to watch this season, I can already tell. I've never seen him pitch before, but I do not like his approach. Next forward to make up the Elite 8 is what I meant. Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, another set of games tonight, yeah. Tonight's the better games, but probably going to struggle to stay up tonight because I didn't sleep very well last night or the night before. We got to get back on a schedule for Sunday morning. Could be an all SEC Final Four. Oh, really? Yeah, I guess, yeah, if Alabama beats Duke, right? Yeah. They had a crazy game last night, but that ain't going to continue. They're not hitting 25 threes in the game against Duke, that's for sure. Those two mobs didn't count. I ran it quick in MDC. Okay, so are we not going to have count from what we're pulling? Doesn't matter anyway, keys long over. Yeah, we'll have to go get those two over there or something.
Beware.
Go quick, says the rogue that AFK'd. Like I said, this dude's watching the stream and just performing, trying to become a talking point. So let's not do that. Those two are the 30 count you need, yeah. Same exact mob type too, right? Is it abnormal that they didn't come down, or did I get trolled when somebody told me you could snap them down there and fight them down there? Too far to snap, maybe? Well, that wasn't the question. I was just asking if anybody's done it before and if that was abnormal. I think everyone needs to jump. I never had a full reset. Only 10 seconds or so of evading. Yeah, it doesn't seem worth it anyway. I thought they would for sure come, and then it's just whatever. You just fight them down there. But if they're going to evade for 10 seconds, then they're going to still probably be alive after you kill the previous pack anyway. So there's no point. Or the following pack anyway. So not really much of a point. Definitely the boringest. I mean, really, there's a lot of fights like that this season that are just super boring from the tank perspective. I feel like I could probably not even. Like, I don't even think this does damage. It did some damage, but not a lot. Considering it's the only thing that challenges you as a tank, you'd think it would be worse. You can also dodge that ability. Oh, really? What, like, run out as he does it or something? That's funny. I never even... The dodge it is like, why? Means you can just read chat for this one? Well, yeah. We do that anyway, but yeah, this is definitely... Just... It's a tough way to end a dungeon, it feels like. I mean, I guess if you're max range, you can maybe dodge it, yeah. Melee range is as far as the minecart tracks. Oh, wait, seriously? I didn't know that. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean now. Whoa. That's crazy. What the fuck? This fight is such a joke. Wow, alright. As vengeance, I don't have anything. I just leap out. Oh, yeah. It's more fun to take the damage. That is insane range, I agree. We could talk about our favorite basketball stars if you want. Oh yeah, why? Big basketball last night. I saw the NBA was had an interesting ending to a game as well. Josh Giddey. But after watching college and then watching that ending, it's like, whoa, that's the NBA right there. They get all this fucking hype in the building about making those 2 threes, and then Austin Reeves just like literally drives, like just wide open layup. It's like, what? Okay. Luckily they made the half-court shot to still win the game, but that would have been a crazy way to lose the game after that. LeBron actually kind of contested that last shot. Oh, yeah. His pass was so weak, though. What the hell was that pass? He just kind of, like, threw it. Strange ending of that game. Are the Bulls actually, like... Did that game matter to them? Like, it seemed like they were really, really into that win, but... I don't know how... We still got, like, a month or so until the playoffs, right? Isn't it usually the last week of April it starts? It barely mattered. Alright, let's go get our 2 enemies. The Bulls want to be in the Cooper flag sweepstakes, so I doubt management loved that win. Oh god, they're not going to be able to, right? Isn't there, like, who's the team that has, like, 0 wins? There's, like, a team that's, like, extremely bad, isn't there? What team is that? They're 2 games out of 7th. Oh, really? Oh, they're definitely not going to be getting... I mean, I don't think anybody's getting Cooper. Honestly, if I had to place a bet, I would place him staying. The only thing that makes me not comfortable with that is if they actually win the national championship, then I think he would leave. But, like, if you see this guy and how he plays and know about his attitude and effort, do you really think he wants to go on a team that is, like, intentionally losing to get him? Like, I mean, that's just not who he is. Like, you know what I mean? So I actually, like, genuinely think he would not enjoy the NBA, especially in the beginning of his career. Yeah, the Wizards are, like, really bad, right? It's a long boss fight. How long was the boss fight? 5 minutes and 3 seconds at this level. Okay. Now we got another ring. Well, that's our first 14 in the books and as a completion, so that's pretty cool. Hey Metro, did you reach 3K? Nope. What's that Druid said? Let's see. I'm sorry for the rogue. He's my friend, and I told him we should play with you, but he wanted to be noticed on stream, so he trolled. We basically wasted your time. It's all good. I need the practice. No wasted time there. I definitely, no worries there. That was the first 14 we've actually entered, so I'm happy with that. 2 million overall are way too low for 14 still, really. Well, in that dungeon? I definitely wouldn't say the damage was an issue. Rogue can do 3 million there, gotcha. Well, either way. Pretty good first 14, I would say. 14. I think the priest wanted that ring. Oh, did he? Oh, yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah, we had like 9 deaths or something, so. Priest died twice to the 1 pack, right? That mud getting you 1 key level in a day. I did 14 workshop last night, had an Outlaw Rogue that did 4.8 overall, and we timed it with 2 seconds left. Nice. Okay, Bombkin. Sub Rogue. Give that priest the thing first. High crit, he needs that, I guess. Oh. I meant to say NP. I said no. What's your IO? 2989. You should check out the time 17 Rook run and see the routing. Oh yeah, no interest in that. Why, is it something that you think I should try to do, or? Fire Mage Outlaw. No, sub. The time 17 is an impossible route for Pug. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think the route needs to change in there. I mean, assuming you guys are joking, like this. Probably the most linear dungeon of the expansion so far. They skipped the entire bottom. Yeah. Is there actually enough count in the dungeon to do that? That's crazy. They pulled the entire first platform. Is there actually that many mobs there? I didn't even realize there was that many mobs there. Oh, there's like 4% more. And then I guess they have to pull everything else here. Is that really enough? That's crazy. These guys give a lot, don't they? I guess not that much. How do you, wait, what? How do you skip the bottom and fight the boss? You have to kill the stuff to fight the boss, don't you? It requires a way to use Stolefall for everyone in the group. Oh, yeah. How do you do the boss without the ads killed? I don't get it. You can skip pull 14. They just skip 14 on your route. But you gotta fight all this stuff, don't you? That's very... I don't even know what we're talking about at this point, but anyway. Let's get back to it. Did we get that? We got that on the sheet, right? Yeah, 14. Yeah, so not, they don't skip the whole bottom then. Okay, let's see. Maybe we can get workshop. That one. Shouldn't be too bad. Would be impossible in a pug as they line up siege fat route. Getcha. I mean, obviously, I don't even know what the point of that would be, honestly. Giving 2 packs on the bottom, but using a crazy advanced strategy to do it, that doesn't even sound like it's worth their time. I didn't get it either, as you have to hero the first pull of the dungeon to do it. Well, that's normal, but yeah, either way, the first pull, maybe that makes more sense. Trying to like combine better trash packs, I guess, is a key part of that. To me, the crazy part is they pulled the last boss within 6 minutes and 15 seconds left in the timer and only had 30 seconds left when he died. So it was almost a 6-minute fight. That's actually quite good for 17. We just did it on 14 and it was still a 5-minute fight, so I guess that's actually good news. It sounds like the boss doesn't actually get much longer. The higher up you go, it's kind of the same length no matter what. So that's good news, at least. It's not going to be like the last boss of Everbloom that gained like 35 seconds to it every level you go up. How do you get the black box off the chat bubbles? It's a texture. You have to replace that black box texture with a clear texture, basically. I don't know if that's in my UI video, but that's like, it comes with like, it's very common to have that in UIs. I just took it from like, I think it was like ElvUI and just added it to my game. Just depends on how much damage you can fit in the burn phase, I guess. Sure. Like the thing about like, if you had 0 damage to the other phase and then 100% of your damage to the burn phase, you wouldn't be able to do the boss, you know? So that's why like the length of the fight is intriguing, because you have to be able to balance both phases well to be able to beat it fast. But cutting off a whole burn phase is definitely more, you're not going to save any more time than that, that's for sure. Okay. On our way to the workshop. We'll just port. Fire Mage is not insane in the 12 to 14 range for higher keys, though. When you can get 2 combust per pull consistently, it gets really good. Oh yeah, Fire Mage sucks in the keys we've been doing. Morning Metro, Pretty Boy, welcome. Congrats on getting the Mud Trinket. Yeah, that's nice. Take a look at that overall real quick again. Pretty solid. Not too shabby. Not like the craziest overall trinket we've ever seen, but it's a very, very good situational trinket.
To prevent my father from eradicating all organic
There's certainly nothing stronger than it in this season, that's for sure. And damage-wise, it's not nothing, but it pretty much, it's like lingering spore pods level damage-wise. 20 million damage there. That's losing to a single target spell, but all right. I hate that dungeon. 3rd boss is probably the hardest in the season. This one? Yeah, it's a rough one. I'd imagine the other tank trinket that's better is Bomb Suit from Raid. Oh, is there another tank trinket? I didn't even realize. Either way, from Mythic Plus, that's all we got access to still. I think their comp was a big reason why the time increase for the boss was so small. Oh, really? Well, that's good. Off of Gallywix, the bomb suit is the best. Definitely, it's busted. Oh, really? What does it do? Just another absorber? Rating for trinkets is 100% not worth it. The chance of getting them is almost zero, unless you have it reserved by your guild or something. Yeah, it used to be a lot different when you had the reroll. Do you remember the coins that you used to be able to get and use? But now it's, yeah, no thanks. You can buy one with dinars next patch. Do we know how those are being acquired now, or we still don't know that yet?
In order to stop my father, we need to infiltrate the city itself. And that means passing through the Robodrome.
Beware. Beware.
Why is that mob so slow to get here? We still don't know, got it. You can easily pug to a 6 of 8 heroic. Yeah, I'm sure. No interest in it though, either way. Definitely not gonna be playing DPS just to do it, that's for sure. That's ridiculous. That is definitely not happening. Bomb suit is a 75% DR for 10 million damage, and if 10 million is broken, it explodes for a ton of damage. Ah, that would be really good then, yeah. That does sound better. Kind of just a better version of this trinket, I guess. Maybe the dinar will be associated with the new visions of N'Zoth. I'm hoping it's something that I can actually do, yeah. It'd be nice to be able to get the raid stuff. Hopefully can get dinars just from doing a quick LFR. Yeah, or LFR, I guess. I would definitely not want to do LFR, but hopefully there'll be some that I guess I can get. I don't know, we'll see. Depending on how the season goes, I might not even bother, but... I always do this. I always think we're going to sit here and fight this boss instantly, and it takes 15 seconds of RP.
The Platinum Pummeler! And no mercy for you! The city's entrance is located just past this arena.
That was weird.
You must hold your ground until we can clear a path to it.
No sweat, pal. I'm putting 20 large on no mercy. Beware. Beware.
What's your highest IO that you've reached? Oh, it doesn't really work that way. Don't forget, there's some seasons with like more than 8 dungeons, so... There was seasons with 12 dungeons.
Beware. Beware.
Last season we got to 3100. I assume that's the root of your question. Late Legion had 14, yeah, although there wasn't really much adherence to IO back then, but... I actually pugged 8 of 8 heroic on my bear tank. Losing the trinket to some DPS player feels bad. Oh yeah. I've heard that getting gear in raids is a lot harder now for some reason. I don't know why people say it, but I've heard that said a few times. And it's like anybody can roll for anything now. Is that how it works? Raid sucks now for loot, yeah. It's funny, I've heard a lot of people say that.
Beware.
It feels worse than what personal loot did. It probably is for the pugging people, yeah. If you have it for your loot spec, you don't have to be that roll. So DPS will roll tank spec or heal specs to grab it and sell it. Oh, that's garbage. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. This whole like selling things like that, not for me. This game's really changed, man. Honestly, not sure if you made a video on this, but now that we've had these new affixes for a while, what are your thoughts on having both Tyrant and Fort, plus the 12 affix for rotating affixes? Oh, versus rotating affixes. Yeah, it's way worse. I like it at 12 just because it's like, whatever, we don't have to worry about shit. But it's definitely way less fun and way less interesting. The lower affixes are horrible. That was like a super downgrade from what we had. 12 is at least like it's like a side grade. Like I don't prefer it, but it's still fine because there's no actual things to worry about, I guess. Rating is boring. I'm 664 without rating. Oh yeah, 664. I think everybody should be that same item level because that's just how much currency we've had plus crafting. So as long as you didn't waste one of the either the vault items or the crafted items, you should be 664, I think. By the time I start heroic rating, I already have gear heroic. Right, yeah, that's another problem with rating. We had 2 of the same trinkets drop and I was second highest roll on both, but because each trinket has its own roll, I was empty-handed. Damn. Oh, like 2 of the exact same trinkets. Damn, that's crazy. That sucks. Rating feels like a boring uphill battle. Oh yeah. I used to love rating, but yeah. Especially as a tank, it's definitely not too fun. But pugging the raid is nowhere near. Like, I would never even think about doing that. Never even think about doing that.
Beware.
I feel like you guys who say rating is boring aren't doing Mythic. I mean, it sounds like they're mostly just pugging heroic based on... Like, you know why this started, right? Because everybody's like, you should do this. I do it. Why don't you do it? You know, that's how this always goes, but... I got CE Queen and hated every second of it. Oh yeah. Surprised you stuck with it, yeah. That was the last one, then you're done, gotcha. I love Razagath and what the name was. Yeah, Razagath, yeah. That's the right name.
Beware.
Mythic Raid is fun if you aren't constantly having missed prog nights due to roster boss. Right, yeah, no, raiding at the highest level is definitely fun, but as a tank it got very boring. Didn't you used to have to line of sight the big AoE? No, not from the drill. It used to be from these mobs dying, but they took that out and made it. I guess it's not even a thing anymore. I don't think it exists. Raid tanking needs a major overhaul. Mythic Plus kind of destroys the illusion of tank responsibility in Raid. Oh yeah, it really opened my eyes to how boring Raid tanking was after I did so many Mythic Plus. Raiding sucks. Rushing home to log in on time, then get to see the same 10 mechanics you've seen for 20 years, just in different order. That part I wouldn't say sucks, but yeah, definitely not. I just don't enjoy it as a tank at the end of the day, so no matter what else gets said, it's not going to be trumped. I loved raid leading. That was the thing that I enjoyed the most, and that tanking made that a lot easier, so that was cool. But outside of that, after switching from Holy Pally to Blood Death Knight, I was basically on a slow decline in my interest in raiding. I just didn't realize it at the time. I never enjoyed tanking in raids ever. I definitely liked it back in the day. It was a lot more like, you can't, you know, it's basically like why I like Mythic Plus. Like, the tank is the leader of the group, you know what I mean? And so back in the day in raiding, it was the same way because threat was like so important that like you couldn't, you know, if the tank wasn't there and ready to go, you couldn't do anything. But now it's like straight up just taunt I don't know. There's like half the bosses that we didn't even need 2 tanks, I felt like. They need to bring back Vengeance in raids. I would say that, definitely. Last time raids actually engaged me was swapping to healing, but then you realize past the damage phase, it's just DPS messing up. Progression can be frustrating for that reason for sure, but I always still enjoyed it. But yeah, healing is like 10 times more fun than tanking. I think I'm starting to get there. I love raiding it with my friends, but raid tanking gets really stale really quickly. Yeah, it's definitely... You have to, like I said, without raid leading, raid tanking would, like, if it was literally just tank and don't say anything the whole raid, I would just probably log off the first night. That's how boring that shit is. I can tell you it's not like that at the moment. You're saying, like, tanking is harder now? That's good, at least. Tanks have actual jobs now. That's good. Weekend is here. Yep, pretty much. Not quite, but raid tanking is still boring. Oh, really? No, yeah, I probably still would not enjoy it as much as healing, but regardless, that conversation's all moot. I just know I'm not doing it one way or the other, so. Our actual job is go click a pylon. Oh, really? Still, I kind of like fights like that, to be honest. Like, you mean like move independently of the boss? I kind of like that kind of shit. That was something that I always enjoyed. It was almost like you were like ancillary to the fight, you know what I mean? Like, I can go do these random things while everybody else fights the boss. I haven't raided tanks since Dragon Soul, never again. Raiding in general feels like an archaic form of endgame, really? Yeah. Surprised to hear so many strong opinions about it. I don't know if I'd go this far for any of these things, but just, yeah, tanking in the raid was not fun. And, like, I think the time consumption was really the biggest issue for me. Raid tanking as Vengeance is still boring. Last season was kind of fun. To be clear, we were talking about the Vengeance mop, like, damage tank mechanic thing. Not actual Vengeance Demon Hunter, but yeah. Did that guy just not take the res or what? Did he die and take it again? I guess he must have died and taken it again, yeah. Or taken it and died again. He took it and then died. What the f... Alright. I don't like the waste of time for raiding when I can do Mythic Plus. That's, yeah, that's like the biggest issue. Like, it's so much more fun to just do Mythic Plus. It's so much, like, everything's so much faster paced, and as a tank especially, you're way more engaged for the entire dungeon. Raiding is cool. I liked raiding a lot more when it was kind of just chill. Like, you know what I mean? Like, alright, no rush. But now, everybody's in such a goddamn rush with everything that you can't, like, I don't know, even Heroic doesn't feel like you can just chill. You ever figure out that priority route? Oh yeah, that was a while ago. We got it mastered now, I think. By the way, I thought in BFA that button stopped the treadmill, not the fire. I don't remember. Yeah, maybe. Just had like almost a full wipe to the fire, though. That's not a good start.
Guards are currently en route to quell the disturbance.
Losing people to fire is wild. Silly question. Does the fire scale with key level? I guess it must, yeah. I think it used to stop it all now. Yeah, now it's just fire is what you said. Yeah, probably. Probably the case.
Let us see how you fare against something more advanced.
How tall does our fire scale, though? No, we remember that. Never seen two people get nuked by the fire. I got hit by it too, but it doesn't kill me. It was kind of funny. They kind of just followed me into their death, I guess. Another death. Ain't going. I think we have to battle res here, yeah, unfortunately. Now, the mind control of the squirrels, I think it's either been made impossible or they nerfed the squirrels to a degree that it's not a good idea one way or the other anymore. Golf weather slowly approaching. Oh, yeah. It's definitely golfable here. It's been golfable probably for like 2 weeks, but don't know. I hope I'll golf at least sometime this year, but at this point I may not golf once. Like I wouldn't be surprised if I don't golf once this year.
So, you possess a modicum of skill. It will prove insufficient against my newest prototype.
Do you ever do achievement hunting? I love achievements. Yeah, they're like my favorite. It's like that and transmog are things that I like to do for non-endgame content, but I just haven't had a lot of passion for it. I've been like really big in modding games recently, so all my free time has just been going to mod, like literally like simultaneously like, all right, let's do some TBC server modding, let's do some let's make the new Pokemon game, let's work. I did like a little bit of work on the Crusader Kings 2 mod here and there. It's like just like pops in my head, and then I'm just like addicted to doing it for a couple hours. Last night was rough for me. I had Texas Tech winning on the bracket. Oh yeah, did you stay up and watch that game? Because that game was on late, man. 1 o'clock. Arkansas was so good for 90% of it, and then they fell apart. Really, Texas Tech just stood up, I guess. But do you have to do the dog lineup with the box to time this in a key on higher than a 10? No. Can you show a little preview of your game after this run? I could. It's literally just a copy of Crystal. It's like my first game, if you guys saw that, all like the difficulty and accessibility concepts in it are in my game number 2, and game number 2 content wise is a copy of Crystal. It's literally remake Crystal with all my shit in it, basically. No, there's not gonna be any unique content. Fuck, man. There's not gonna be any story or anything new. It's all just gonna be. I'm gonna literally copy Crystal Legacy or whatever it's called, and just put all my shit in it. This is fucking ridiculous, man. The RNG of this area really blows. Still, kudos to someone creating shit. I'd give it a go. Oh yeah. Well, like I said, we already have I made a Pokemon game back in like 2016. I started on it. So if you ever want to try that one, let me know. But yeah, then I'm gonna be basically a 1-for-1 remake of Crystal, just with all my shit in it. I think that'd be really fun. Hey Metro Ben, a little minute. How you liking the new season? I'd say it's really good, yeah. I hate this week as a healer. Trying to do prior 8, and the mage just left because of aggro. Oh, those would be a good ones to record. Make sure you guys are recording the low runs, especially ones that are going wacky. Is it downloadable on some of the usual platforms? No, it's. I don't want it to be like publicly downloaded because I know obviously it's still illegal, but almost nobody gets in trouble for that shit. But yeah, if you want to just message me on Discord, I'll PM you the link. It's very hard though. You should be aware of that. My games, all my mods, any mod of any game I make has one distinct goal always: to make the game insanely difficult, but give you insane access to all the power you might need to beat that difficulty. So like every trainer in the game has 6 Pokemon, every gym leader has perfect IVs, held items, stats, like everything. But you have access to hundreds of Pokemon, like free IV training, free EV training, or not free, but like, yeah. You have access to build like the perfect team. And you have lots of customization alongside that. I recorded it. I'll probably make it public after I review it. Oh, cool. Well, yeah, if you want to send it to me, let me know. Take a look at it. The list is growing long, though. I'm surprised you don't mess with modding Hard Cold Soul Silver. I just don't. I don't know how to do ROM hacks. I never learned how to do that, so. Your team is struggling? Oh, it doesn't look like we have a team anymore. No longer on the same team that we were 5 seconds ago. Yeah, I love the. That's why I wanted to do Crystal, was because I love that concept of 18 gym badges. And so I didn't even think about it, but it's like obviously fucking Crystal basically already has that, you know what I mean? Not one for every type though, but still. What is there type overlaps? I'm trying to think about it now that we're talking about it. What type overlaps are there in Crystal's gyms? Is there one? There must be, right? Saint M, welcome. Rat Pal. I hate that it does this. Rat Paladin and Ellie. See you later. Group. We were just getting to know ya. That's probably the easiest one though for us right now to get score. Do you find more disbands to be amicable or not? Yeah, most are well, it depends on what you mean by that. That's like the strict definition of the word amicable. Boomy was doing work in that key. Yeah, he did well there, yeah. Amicable, of relations between people. Having a spirit of friendliness without serious disagreement or rancor. I would say like most are like passive aggressive almost. Like, or at worst, or at best, like, I don't know what word you would use to describe this. Like apathetic, I guess? Like it seems to me that most players do not give a shit about the person who invited them or the group that they're joining. They're just hoping that everything is going to line up and they're going to get that dopamine hit from their score reward. And if they don't get that, they could not give a fuck about it. And so if you can call that amicable, then I guess yes. But to me, that's like not healthy mentally. Like the way that happens, like people are just like, they just fucking scatter to the wind. Like you see that people are leaving. We're still in combat with the boss and people are leaving, right? That shit is just like, oh man, this world is weird nowadays, man. It's like straight up, they just simply do not regard the other people as anybody that they should care about. DPS players are there to follow tank, miss kicks, get trinkets, eat hot chips. What the hell? Pixeltainment, I feel you. So many times this week the tank wouldn't let me eat to regain. I just got back on Mythic Plus. I was raiding mostly. Oh yeah. Yeah, as a healer, unfortunately, you're gonna have to squeeze in as much healing as possible, or as much mana consumption as possible. Right now, healers are very mana and neutral, so could also be a playstyle thing. It's almost like never, like most dungeons you run, you don't have to wait for the mana at all. They treat it almost like it's not other humans, right? Like they just don't even regard them. Like they just like, I don't know. It's really weird. I can't even describe it properly. It's so weird to me to see people think that they can't learn if they don't get a bigger number from Blizzard. That part is a whole different topic, but it is like I don't understand how it's gotten to that point, honestly. Like, I guess these people just get carried in most keys they do or something like that, and they don't feel like they have anything they need to learn. They're just waiting for somebody to carry them. And that probably happens subconsciously, frankly, but it still happens. But to me, it's like every dungeon I feel like, oh god, what the hell was that? I need to figure that out, you know what I mean? So if we just like literally the second it happened, we just gave up, I would never, like we'd be doing 5 still or something, I don't know. I had to step away. Did I miss a good disband? No, it's just normal stuff. We're just talking about it because somebody brought it up. The worst part is they do it while not carrying their own weight. Yeah, that part's a little bit more questionable. I mean, obviously everybody could be better, you know, myself included, so it's hard to say that, but yeah, it's definitely a lot of times you feel like the person was not in, they didn't have their heart and soul in the key. I think that has to be it. I've seen so many people just mess up mechanics in 10s they shouldn't not know how to do. Right, because they don't try to learn it. They're just literally hoping that it goes well. Like, whatever their reaction is, they assume that's fine, and if they die, it's usually like they don't even like oftentimes blame themselves or even Blizzard sometimes. They just like blame other people in the group for their mistakes. So yeah, it's unfortunate. Anyway, what else? Most healers don't use a lot of mana, so if you play a mana heavy healer, people won't be used to drinking. Yep. What else? Usually I don't need to eat if people interrupt, stun, and do mechanics, but if they stand in everything and ignore stop casting, oh, okay, you're doing low keys, that makes sense. Yeah, once you get up to higher keys, that'll be a whole different story, I guess. But yeah, either way, like no matter what content you're doing, I think most healers are very self-reliant on mana right now. So most, like I said, I don't know when we had that druid the other day that people brought up, but outside of that guy, I don't think we've ever had a healer reliably need mana more than maybe once or twice in a dungeon. Self-absorption. This describes being preoccupied with oneself and one's own thoughts and feelings, often to the point of ignoring the world around you. That I would not. You're trying to use that to apply to this? I wouldn't say that. I don't think anybody's self-absorbed. I think they just genuinely are desensitized to the fact that socialization exists in this realm. I main Resto Shaman. Try to start ahead at the end of a mob so you can sip once or twice. Yeah, that's the big trick as a healer. You want to just try to get in, even if it's only like 5% of your mana back every time. Like, that'll make a big difference by the end of the key. The only problem is they nerfed it like a long time ago, but it's still used to get a lot more mana per sip. Now you have to ramp up to get good mana back. The dot on the second boss of Rookery is a big one for people, just not having any idea what it does or how you handle it. Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess we've seen that too, even in the keys we're at. Bring back the fish feast, sugar-crusted fish feast. That shit used to give you mana back, like a full mana bar in like 2 or 3 seconds only. I had a rogue in my 2 that died on everything he could die on. We timed it and told him people will be mad if he dies like that. He responded, "How do I learn the mechanics?" God, I wish you had that one recorded. Please tell me you have that one recorded. Yeah, it was 20% a tick. Yeah, so it was like 5 seconds total, yeah. And then there was the Amber, the original one. There was an item from Calaxy Rep that it would just like instantly restore your mana and health. Like it was very, very, very fast. And so what you used to be able to do, you used to be able to shadow meld as a priest healer or whatever you'd play that had access to that. You would shadow meld and then you would click it because it was like an instant thing. Like once you got it, it was like it gave you the mana back no matter what, even if you got back in combat. So you would shadow meld and use it and you would get full mana back in combat. It was nuts. Mob challenge modes were really weird. Mob challenge modes really were like the Wild West of dungeon difficulty. Don't forget to stock up on the new water and undermine. Oh, does it actually give more mana? That's cool. Good tip. It feels like 20% of the player base isn't aware there is a whole world of content creation centered around learning the content and mechanics. So, yeah, we have this conversation a lot anymore. You know, one way or the other, I agree with you, first of all. But I don't... See, I think they are watching it. That's the problem. And I think it's the wrong... Like, it's making them worse. I think a lot of people... Well, maybe you're right about 20%, the number specifically, but... Regardless, I think a lot of the players that don't look like they know what they're doing are actually not ignoring that content. They're just not learning anything from it. And I saw this myself, like very, very clearly for a long time, because as a raid leader, people would be in the raid, and I'd be like, all right, make sure you guys do your research, right? Like, quote unquote, like before we had like a good structure to it. And people were like, well, I watched the method guide or whatever, you know what I mean? Or method kill the boss. And it's like, okay, cool. So for like years, I was like, yeah, that's fine. You learn the fight. But then I started to realize, I was like, what? Did you learn the fight? Like, you're not doing anything that needs to be done properly. So there's something missing here. And then I started to understand the concept that, like, you're watching extremely good players do shit that's extremely hard, but they make it look easy. So there's no point of teaching there. It's just like watching a YouTube video. You know what I mean? Like, it's like watching a movie. Like, you're not going to learn anything from the movie. You're not there to learn, and they're not there to teach you. They just did it, and you now saw it done. So I think a lot of people don't realize, what the hell is this? I think a lot of people don't realize that if you want to learn content, first of all, if you can learn from that, you need to find people who sucked, basically. Like, you need to find people who are failing. That's like really the only solution. But I think most people can't learn like that. Like, I personally always have trouble learning like that. Like, I have to watch those videos like 5 or 6 times to actually learn anything from them. It'd be way, 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 way easier for me to just go into the 5-man and do it and learn that way. So one way or the other, my point that I was trying to meander towards was get on the fucking PTR and stop being idiots. It's really weird how few people, like, I swear, like, there's people who are just like, no, I won't go on the PTR. I hate the PTR. It's like, all right, well, then don't, I mean, then the first week when you're failing too is like, I don't know, don't start complaining about it. I really should start recording these keys. You got to. Yeah, everybody really should, man. The game is in such a strange state that just seeing some of this stuff is crazy. So being able to see it is what we all want. We gotta watch Cops Guild Raid to truly learn the fights. Yeah, just watch people who struggle. You'll learn a lot more than watch people who just, I mean, obviously Method or whatever guilds struggle too, but they don't show you that. Like, you know what I mean? That's one good thing about the Race to World First is you can actually see them struggle. But, you know, if you just go watch the 15-minute or whatever it would be, like the length of the video, it's not, you're not going to learn a goddamn thing from that. That's fucking pointless, honestly. Okay, probably the best dungeon for this trinket. Especially this room. This room is going to be, you're going to have this up all the time. Definitely going to be up a second time here. That's a lot of damage. 6 stacks, it's pretty rough. Literally just had a mage leave at the start of a mother load. Yeah, so those are the things you want to record. Happy to take a look at stuff like that, because stuff like that's like not only offensive, but it's also like it shouldn't be allowed in the game, you know what I mean? So I would really like to expose that type of behavior and keep conversations moving on that topic so people continue to know that that behavior is not acceptable.
Beware.
Even if all we can do is, you know, kind of circle jerk about it, it's still better than just letting those people get away with it. Doesn't Chef Chewy buff mobs near him? I'm not really sure how it works, to be honest, but yeah. Not a problem unless you fight with the one type mob, the big guy, what's that name? The muscle. I think this room is my favorite packs to pull as a tank. Oh yeah. Well, now with this trinket, it's really nice. This is like so easy with this trinket. They removed the CC immune aura. Oh yeah, that was the problem, right? They nerfed Chewy recently, so it's not as bad, yeah. Used to give an aura that prevented interrupts. Got it. Trinket is insane. Well, it's really, really good in this dungeon, yeah. It's not as good as you guys made it sound, to be honest, but it's still very, very good for a certain part of certain difficulty. It's the chef hat icon. Oh yeah, what does it say? Increased damage done of all nearby allies. Got it.
Beware. Beware.
Recorded it all, and yeah, not my best performance. Take my first one. Let's get this pack. Anyway, taking my first Cinder Brew last night, did not respect the first room, and we even cleared the first boss, had 10 wipes. Before we even cleared the first boss, we had 10 wipes. 10 deaths or 10 wipes? Totally my fault. Oh, god damn. Well, that's cool, as long as you learn from it. Yeah, like I said, if you guys run into anything that you think is interesting or that you need help learning from, I will happily take a look at your footage. Saying in a key after 10 wipes would be legendary. Harry says that all the time where he means death, so I assume that would be 10 deaths, but yeah. 10 wipes on trash, that would be hard to believe.
It's to be a barbed light man. Good. Goes down smooth. Beware.
It's probably good for. It's probably better for brew though, because you have, first of all, way less self-survival, and on top of that, stagger makes it, like, I guess lowers it by default, right? So it's up quite nice, like in some dungeons, but yeah, we did it in Rookery and it was like it's up for every other pack only, really. Marcel, what's up, buddy? Good luck, have fun. Thank you. You too. Always have fun. That's the big thing. Some days we lose sight of that. I think they removed it for brew. It was 40-second CDR. Oh, so it's like, it still happens, but maybe not as powerful or something. But people are telling me it still works, but that's pretty nuts. 40 seconds. Jam out a bit while you fight the boss. It's pretty cool.
Another one. Another one.
Vibe into the music. Yep, it's really good.
Beware.
Music is top tier this patch. Disturbs me how many people just play with zero sound. It's sad, honestly. People are missing some crazy shit. Crazy shit. Just realized the clouds have people fighting inside them. Yeah, it's cool, right? I know you be mashing your keys. Surprised we don't hear the clickety clack. I have it's called RTX Broadcast that I use while streaming. It takes all that out. Yeah, we just won't kick it, no problem. How do you not panic when your HP bounces? I mean, I had tons of experience. Oh shit. That was on me, wasn't it? And the pain begins. Healer dead. What a surprise. Get through this area without a healer death. Fucking miracle. Actually use battle res there, which I don't mind. Not great, but better than having the wipe, I guess. What's wrong with disc? Just, yeah, they're just awful for pugs. No defensives as well is a big issue, as we see a lot of deaths as a disc priest. That guy just got ran over by that one. That ain't even the class that time. I have no idea how to say that, but welcome. Hello, welcome. Do you get a reward for 2.5k? I think, yeah, I don't remember. My only complaint was no kicks, but yeah, not as good as last season, yeah. Lost here, okay. That's interesting. I mean, I guess, yeah, I wouldn't mind trying this where we try to get as many lessons as possible.
Was my personal directive, my passion. She's ruining everything.
2.5k is effects transmog unlocks. Got it. Rest Druid, the best healer you pugged with this season? Assume you're joking. That's the look I get when someone sees my name, which Arabic is Arabic, I guess. It's not about that. I just have no idea how I would even start to pronounce it, so I just didn't even bother. I could probably figure it out if I wasn't in the middle of tanking a Cinderbrew Meadery 13, but... Wild as I found Resto Druid to have the highest HPS, durable, and tons of utility. They have a great kit on paper, yeah. If people actually used the kit, it would probably be pretty good, but... For some reason, that spec just collects people who just do not care about maximizing their class. Oh my god, man. I'm really honestly trying to switch targets here and end up missing the kick. I commend your ability to do high keys as well as reading chat. Thank you. Yeah, it takes a lot of practice, I guess. But I have a lot of time practiced. I also have Resto Druid that stand in normal form and don't bother to DPS. Yeah, big issue. I play Resto Druid and Resto Shaman. Druid is great for proactive prepping damage, but I love me some totems, yeah. Shaman's just way easier to play at the end of the day.
Elemental made of mead? Oh, my cinder brew! Rubies are one thing, but
Seeing a Druid player drop a Vortex before going to knockback is like a breath of fresh air. Yeah. It's like, oh, this person actually has some inkling of how to use their utility well. Sweet. Shaman's the easiest healer to play. I would say probably Holy Pally's easier, but yeah, Shaman's up there. No about a doubt that. Guess we'll just use D&D as like a tool on this fight. Druid's not DPSing is for a reason. I play Wild Stalker and half the time everyone stands in puddles. Yeah, no, we're talking about people who are just like, everybody's at full health and they're still not doing anything. Very, very common for some reason. Shaman easy to play. Maximizing utility takes a while though. That's true for sure. Hardest part of Shaman is mana management. Yeah, it sounds like it's a way bigger issue than it used to be, which I'm shocked by, to be honest. It used to be like no factor whatsoever. They had the best mana kit by a lot. No! Oh shit. I almost walked that right into that. I thought that was going to die for sure. I almost didn't die. Whoa, that was almost really bad. You can do several million HPS as Cat Druid while doing 800, 900k DPS. It takes a lot of effort though. That's why I play Bombkin instead. Yeah, I honestly would rather. I think people would be better off with that. I think it's way easier to play like the caster variant. Probably gonna die before another set becomes a problem, but we'll move him anyway. $800 to 900k DPS is feral on AoE pull. You might as well be playing a DPS at that point. Might as well not be playing DPS at that point. What does that mean? Might be easier, but for me, kitty weaving is easier because of the interrupts. Oh yeah, obviously that part helps, no doubt. That was really crucial to get that restacked. That's good. Cat DPS is more than that damage overall. A whole dungeon, not an AoE pulls. Oh yeah. One way or the other, it's like very rare that we see a healer crest like 350k as a Resto Druid overall. We even had one the other day who was like, I thought he was crushing it, and he still was really low. No, there goes Purgatory, final sting. Unlucker, but we got the trinket nowadays, so that's a little bit less of a problem. How do y'all deal with the gold issue? Yeah, no gold issue. I just, what I do is I just farm in between keys a little bit. And that's all I need. I play several characters and crafting raid rep consumables burn through all my golds. Oh yeah, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Don't spend money on alts that you're not playing seriously. I do 4 coffers on each of my alts each week. That's a decent amount of gold. What is coffers? This wing is difficult for tank, that's correct. Is we gonna time it? Maybe 2 deaths only. That'd be pretty crazy. I love to see the. I would love to see logs in a breakdown. I'm still talking about this Resto Druid shit. Can we skip that? No. Although I don't know why. Looked like we were gonna be able to skip it. Lusk. Oh, we got 2 of these guys, so that's bad. It's a good lust, to be honest. This guy's actually really on top of lust. Hunter's like pretty much carrying this group. Where's that Warlock's curse? What is he doing there? Curse of Satyr. Oh shit, that's cool. Didn't even know that was a thing. Those are just counting on that, making it more worth your time to throw money at them. Talking about using WoW tokens. Yeah, it's actually really easy to just be solvent in this game if you just don't go out of your way to spend exorbitant amounts of money on small upgrades. Satyr is goated on caster mobs over there. He has to keep it up a lot, it looks like. I'm at 660 now. What's the max item level you should be? You should be 664 right now. Are you talking about in the season? Oh yeah, my bad. 670 something? Yeah, I'm not sure. You can literally buy tokens for 200k and sell for 300k. It's extremely predictable market. Oh really? What are we talking about? Yeah, I'm not really sure. Missed some comments while we were doing that hard trash. Mark of the Satyr applies weakness and tongues. Mark of the Satyr, the neck enchant? Or is that a warlock spell now? That's pretty cool. I'm not buying a token anytime soon, because I did just get 1 million BOE in raid. Nice. Congrats. Just time my last 10 is blood. Sweet. Good luck with the 11s. 11 shouldn't be much different. Everyone says Demon Hunter is so good, but it's so squishy. Oh, really? We have another crazy video of that coming tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. It's not even squishy. I think people just suck so bad at playing it. Vengeance is easy to mess up, yep. Okay, well, on our way, it looks like. Did you see the 15 timed here? No. Happy Friday, Blob. What's up, dude? Welcome.
Make a beeline to Goldie's office. Come back to the taps to use them.
Flavor of the month. Tank players are always squishy. Yep. Yeah, wait till you see tomorrow's video. You guys are gonna go nuts. The shift away from Spirit Palm is real weird for Vengeance. Oh, really? Harder than I expected that part to be, but we're good. Didn't really have anything going into it.
Beware. Beware.
I haven't seen many prop pallies after the first week. Oh, really? It's actually kind of similar to Blood. Very weak on the pull, but then they don't die once the pull gets going. Yeah, that's how both tanks have been for a long time.
Beware.
Yeah, that wall jump is how they were doing it. People are telling me that they changed that, though. If they have a wall, like a little barrier now, so you can't do that. Yeah, apparently they patched it. I definitely would not recommend doing shit like that, but I guess if they just patch it, then it's whatever. But even if they don't take action on anybody, you still wasted your time learning strategies that you're not going to be able to do for very long. Played Demon Hunter last season, and the meta is pushing for using Aldrachi, which requires more thought, but less passive tank, has less passive tankiness, and loses Spirit Bomb. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why a lot of people are sucking, maybe. But honestly, the keys that we've been reviewing, I don't think anything, like, it's not even fucking hero talents, man. It's just, people are just no idea what they're doing on anything, tank-wise.
Beware.
Name is green as they come to tanking, but enjoying bear and higher keys. Sweet. Alright, I'm gonna break those.
Beware.
They just don't press spikes or something. Yeah, like I said, wait till you see tomorrow's video, dude. You guys are gonna go fucking nuts. I don't know. These people are out there just like destroying keys. Like there's no way you can even play this spec this way and expect to succeed.
Beware.
Even hers that just jump right in the middle of packs with no spikes or sigils is crazy. Yeah, that's pretty much part of what we're describing there. Is it like that video of the prop pally popping wings into pole after Throngis and falling over? I don't. Was that a video on my channel? But yeah, it's bad. Wait till you see it. It's gonna be nuts. Is it worse than the Vengeance who died the same way on the first 3 polls? I would say it's worse than that. Yeah. Because of the dungeon and the way it plays out. But it's similar, very similar. Probably not timing this. Oh, you're joking, right? Yeah. Gonna have our 3K after this, it looks like. Pretty nice. This fight's so easy. I think it was early after the Pally reworks in Season 1. Oh, yeah. I remember the Pally in... oh, shit. I remember the... Oh, yeah. I walked that right into that. It's Siege of Bralis that I remember. Plenty of time for the healer to still die. Is that all 4 deaths for the healer? What's the price? But that one was bad. That was definitely on me. Everybody was getting them up until that one, and then they stopped getting them, so I quickly tried to get it. But how are you today, Kevin? A lot better now that we just got our 3K finally. Congrats to me though, 3K. That was like the cleanest run of this dungeon too. We'll see for a long time probably. That was really like the, yeah, I mean that hunter actually, the bloodlust on CD thing that was such a big deal, I feel like. I think you gotta do that, I really do. Now that we've seen it, I think that's the right choice. There's no bad pull for bloodlust either, right? Like at no point are you like, oh my god, did we really bloodlust that? It's always a big pull. So yeah, summoned 3K, which took a lot longer than it should have, but... Oh, wow, barely, too. 3003 only. What is this letter? You look at the note, but you can't make out the words. Requires Goblin, or at least 25 skill in Kazalgar inscription. What the hell? That's ominous. Did we re-roll the key? Yeah, we did. We got priority. Just in case, but at this point, I think we're good. Where is the mount? I'm not sure. I'm not timing Cinderbrew this season, Metro Wednesday. I mean, if you saw how it went, you would say that too. This was like a absolute, yeah, very abnormal compared to most groups. Hoping to get my 3K today too. Sweet, well, yeah, as long as you don't run into the problems we had, you'll have it, no problem. Shouldn't have been this hard, but we had a lot of stepping stones to get over. Now that we have this trinket though, like, oh, that is huge. What is this? Team Rocket's Mewtwo box. This one actually available still? These squared named tanks, they're something extra. What does that mean? I just need 2 more time 13s and I get it. Hopefully I get lucky with groups. Yeah, that unfortunately is a huge part of it. Congrats, thank you. Demon Hunter tank jumps off the edge twice on work last boss. Then says the spell is broken. Oh yeah, I mean, to be honest, it kind of is. It's an unfortunate situation. I don't know. I guess people just still aren't used to it, but this season actually has multiple bosses like that, which is catching these flavor of the month rerollers by surprise. Let's look at the chart there too, because I feel like that's an interesting chart. Warlock crushed it. Wow. Ain't the mount at 3K? I guess. I don't know. I'm not really a mount guy, so I don't even know. Yeah, is it in the mail? Is that what's the mail? Yeah, probably. There it is. We discovered this curious item in one of our vaults and apparently belongs to you. Thanks. And we get the mount. Garbage. I fucking hate that mount. That's gotta be... not a lot of mounts I like, but that one I definitely don't like. Do you think me re-rolling every expansion start is a bad thing? I would say, yeah. I would say you're like losing a lot of... Like, you know, I've played this spec for so long now that it's like hard for them to throw something at me that I don't already know how to handle. Yeah, that mount's garbage. I don't have Raider.io going though, or WoWP.io going, so let me get that going real quick. I think we have to like log out to get it to upload though. Squared name players is players with letters that isn't supported by the game. Oh, boxes. That's what we always call them, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, it's either, I guess stop the log, but the easiest way to do that is just log out. Hey cop, but somebody. Been lurking, setting up my own stream, but I had to dip in and say congrats. Thanks, man. I appreciate you being here for that. Probably end up throwing that video live, I guess, at this point. I don't know. I was going to do a Harry review. But Harry's so weird, man. He's like, he can't seem to come up with a VOD that's like actually interesting to review, so maybe I just won't even do one. Toss that live on one of the days. Shadowlands definitely had the best reward mounts. Oh, the Shadowlands ones are really cool, yeah. So cool that they actually reused that recently, and it's still one of the coolest things. You were a Keystone legend even before, mate. Thanks, man. I appreciate you saying that. Thanks, buddy. It's buddy. We don't say that anymore, do we? What's up, buddy? I missed the 3K run, yep. But it's there for all to see. That's good. 11:30 only, too. Or preservation. That's just like the state of preservation right there, isn't it? I don't know why that makes me laugh. Just guy in a key. He's in a 0 alone. He's like, I'm preservation, guys. You'll help me, right? Please? Harry's VODs be like, look at how this bloke stood in this mechanic, innit? Congrats and good morning, Metro. Alexandra, welcome. Alright, well, we still need workshop. And what? Oh, it's not right, I guess. 678, okay. Dark Flame Clef not needed. Workshop needed. And Flooded Gate needed. WoWP doesn't get their logs from Warcraft logs anymore. Nope, yeah, you have to upload them yourself, so I would recommend you guys begin doing that because they need more data, unfortunately. Not a lot of people using it, I guess, because a lot of times we look at it and it's like real, it doesn't have any data. Is 3K all 12s? No. 4 12s, 4 13s. But yeah, you see like there's no, it doesn't have any actual Death Knight data for that run, unfortunately. So we just get a 70 by default when we make no mistakes. If we have no deaths, we always get a 70, which is kind of cool, but it's also kind of cheating because that's like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like that's how it should be. It also makes it so it's like really hard to look at anybody else's stuff. Like, I don't know, that guy has one logged run at least. I assume most people who have like single digit logged runs is they're getting into somebody else's by accident. Next stop 3.1, yeah. I'm gonna definitely hit 3.1 this season, but I don't know where the future takes us after this week. It was really weird because Tuesday I would have expected we'd be on our way to 3.1. Like I thought today would be maybe like 30-50 or something, you know. And then Tuesday was great, and Wednesday and Thursday were like the worst days of the season. They're probably like the worst days of the expansion. And then today is like back to, I guess, doing all right, but we got the trinket. I think really that's the biggest thing, because we didn't have a single issue in that meadery, which is usually a very difficult dungeon to survive. Can be 3 13s if you have a couple plus 2 12s. Oh, I guess that's true, yeah. Didn't you describe this exact situation in the season 1 video? Which one? What situation, I guess, is the question. What trinket? The mud. My name is Mud. Yeah, ringing with ritual mud or whatever. Here, let's take a look at the overall on that. Its offense is poor, but it's not nothing. 22 million is alright, I guess. Not very good, but did something. And then in terms of survival, it did 244 million. That's probably the best dungeon for it, especially in the beginning. It's really, really good. But yeah, it doesn't even like, its actual HPS number is quite low comparatively to some trinkets in the past. But it's not, that's like a fine problem. It's not even a problem. Because what we actually want is just a strong defensive CD on some segments of the dungeon, and that's what we get from it. Were keys magically dropped difficulty after a really few bad days? Oh, maybe. I don't remember talking about that in Season 1, but I wouldn't say that's what happened here. We just got unlucky. The Absorb and DR is so nice. Yeah, it's just Absorb, right? But yeah, it's pretty good. It's from Flooded Gate, yep. Speaking of, is that what we're... No, we're in Mechagon, okay. I'm going to take a mental break from keys after 3K. Oh, yeah. See, that's scary. Yeah, you're already burning out 4 weeks in. Definitely try to avoid that, because it's... I mean, actually, I don't think it's going to be that long of a season, to be honest. I think it's going to be a relatively short season. But, yeah. As of Wednesday, I would have said that, too. I felt like I was really getting frustrated with people. But took a little step back on Thursday and raided the ship. And we got our trinket, so that's really a really big deal, honestly. Getting that trinket was like a breath of fresh air. Can I see the disc DPS breakdown? Hold on, yeah, that's good. Well, actually, I think you can see it on here, yeah. This would be the place to see these nowadays, but yeah, I can show it real quick, too. Oh, it's like all shadow damage, huh? That's interesting. It's a lot of shadow damage, it's funny. Why short season? I would say it's going to be short because it seems like they have like a very definitive content plan that they're already working through very quickly for this half of the expansion. And I think it's because, unfortunately, they probably have a very definitive goal for when the next expansion needs to come out. And so they can't really fall behind at this split, you know what I mean? I ran 7 13s last night and bricked all 7 due to levers or just DPS randomly dying. Right, I mean that's how it was for us on Wednesday as well. We almost had a perfect stream, meaning all disbands. But at the 26th, right? We had 2 completions in there, but one of them was like, this one was really, and this really hit me hard because we missed this key by like 5 seconds and we had a death on the last boss. So if we upgraded that key, that would have changed our whole week, but I'm betting August for 11.3. Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe. I have the raid version of Mud. It gives you haste instead and absorb 8.8 million at 75% damage reduction, but I can use it at 1.3 minutes instead of 2. Oh, cool. You know, that trinket sounds better, actually. Yeah, I agree with that, but 0.5 being 2 months in definitely implies a shorter season. Yeah, definitely. He isn't running the Lightspawn Priory trinket. Been seeing a lot of top end discs running it and wanted to see it before trying it myself. Oh, really? I don't know anything about that, so. Reflask? Yeah, I guess I need to, yeah. Thought we were going to make it, but no, obviously not.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Got it from the weekly. Run 4 Mythic Dungeons. Oh, nice, Grats. That's fucking nice, yeah.
In order to stop my father, we need infiltrate the city itself. And that means passing through the Robodrome.
Beware.
Some circus crawlers have unwittingly stumbled into the
Beware.
A word of caution to anyone sitting in the splash zone. Watch out for blood!
Beware. 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 Beware.
I recognize the evoker's name. Oh, we played with this guy a ton, yeah. He's kind of a notable person just because of the name, one way or the other, Pokemon name. Don't really remember too much, but I know he played Og last season. Good to see these people not playing Og at least. Good to see them still playing Evoker, I think. That's actually a good thing. Yeah, it's a good number. Evokers are really good right now. Dev Evokers are really good right now. They're probably one of the top DPS in the game right now, I'd imagine. Dancing Rune Weapon gets CDR from spending runic power. I saw your Dancing Rune Weapon has a 1-minute CD earlier. How's that work? Yeah, you get it from Bone Shield snapping off. Not runic power, that's a Vamp Blood you're thinking of, but yeah. CDR from Bone Shield snapping off. So hard gearing up an all via dungeon pugging, and it's starting at ground zero with people not knowing anything. Yep. Low key is our wacky. If you're out there doing them, make sure you're recording them and sending them in. Sending the funny stuff in. Because I'm sure you're running into plenty of it.
Beware. Beware.
I made the most least played class and race in game. Is that like a riddle? What is that? What is the answer to that? Pandaren. Windwalker, I guess? No, it actually makes sense thematically, at least.
Beware.
I mean, probably Og is right now, at least, but. He griefed in a Rookery you were in, then joined a Sinner I was in and cranked, and now is cranking again. That's good.
Beware.
Is it just Evoker? Preservation Evoker, yeah. Thinking about playing Frost Paladin this tier, do you think it has a place? Frost Paladin? You mean Frost Death Knight? I don't know anything about Frost. Find the craziness of low key is enjoyable most of the time. You have to make some serious mistakes to not time it. That's true, yeah. Frost Paladin is a secret class. That'd be cool, yeah. Oh, this stupid extra enemy. I hate this thing.
Beware.
How's that even? I don't even know how that happens. I guess he can be gripped. I don't think he used to be able to be.
Beware.
Actually kind of makes the fight a little bit easier from the tank perspective. Are you Sandlane or Deathbringer? You can't tell. If you can't tell, I don't, should I tell? I am Deathbringer, of course. The B-Boss and Cinderbrew unironically has bricked 3 of my keys that were less than a 4. Oh wow, really? Those would have been good ones to record. It happens when one of the bosses hits a specific spot with a charge, if I remember correctly. That's probably it, yeah. Okay, we're gonna wipe her.
Beware.
We wiping. Wild Cop appears. He's been here for a while. I watch people move the bees up into melee range. I'm recording next time I do it. Sweet. How are you breaking on B-Boss unless you're also not doing mechanics? Yeah, I would love to see it. Man, that fight's actually very easy now. Why is he just stuck over there? He's like stuck in a bomb or something? What's happened over there? I'll get it. Solo save, don't worry.
Victory for the surface dwellers! But we're still throwing them out with the trash!
We actually have no way to skip the last pack though, but these fucking people, man. Habitual chain giver uppers. People are fucking crazy, man. It's really weird. Hey Metro, kind of random question. Do you know anything about monitors and refresh rates? Not a single thing, no.
Lasted a little longer.
So what does he say? Hey, my home was broken down in an earthquake this afternoon in Myanmar, and I'm outside my home at night watching your stream. Whoa, is that serious? I'm sorry to hear about that, man. That's crazy. Hope everybody's safe at least. All I know about Myanmar is the cicada population. That's like a tropical region, right? Is that right? A 7.7. Whoa, that's a big one, right? You might have more things to worry about instead of a YouTube stream. Well, I don't think he's worried about it. He's just saying, like, he has nothing else to do right now, so he's sitting there trying to pass the time. All I know about Burma is it is where Jay Peterman would go. It may be known as Myanmar now, but to him, it will always be Burma. Oh, really? You see, this guy doesn't actually... This guy doesn't even know why we wiped there. Or almost wiped. Okay, let's see. Telling us something that we can easily verify. Somebody did ping those, so it was probably him, but... Oh yeah, I never deleted these. Weird totem. Yeah, alright, he was pinging it. Fair enough, I did confirm it. You're not going to get through this guy. He thinks he's a pro, and that he's above it all. He'll eventually get the, like, you know, like I said, you just got to keep wearing these guys down. The fact that he keeps like changing the subject on what we're actually talking about tells me that it's starting to affect him. Goalpost moving, most common practice for people that have no arguments. Yep. This has to be an ego thing. You only improve by experiencing difficult situations. If you remove yourself from them before they happen, there isn't even learning to be had yet. It's a big issue. Ask him what the war XD. What does that mean? It just annoys me that he thinks he could learn nothing from finishing that key. And that's not, yeah, that's not even being discussed, but regardless, I mean, obviously we agree with that, but just this concept that like, nope, I think it's bricked. I don't really care. Everybody else is wrong. I'm right. I'm leaving the key. Pretty nuts. There needs to be a punishment for this? Yeah. See how he responds to that one. To be honest, this behavior is also reflected in the way people act IRL. That's pretty much what I just said, yeah. He's got a really good comeback. He says lol, then lol, then lol. It's a good comeback. I don't even understand how these people fill their vaults if they leave every key at the first sign of it maybe bricking. Well, we've been talking about that too. That's wacky on its own. What level what eye level, I guess? Yeah, what item level should you be for 7? Is 653 enough? Yeah, it doesn't really work that way. I would just get the 10 ASAP pretty much no matter what your gear's like. Don't artificially limit yourself. It's just going to slow you down. Alright, well that one's on the disband sheet. Let's get it on there. Else. Probably missed some comments while I was typing. I would ask him if he thinks it's possible to time a 13 with more than 1:30 remaining. If he does, then he has no excuse. I'll ask him that right now. What is he saying? Didn't even leave first, wasn't doing the wrong shit, and you were sitting here yelling at me about my mental. I should expect others to do the things, but I guess not. Oh, cool. I fucking hate this game. I have no idea why you're allowed to do that. It's like the dumbest fucking thing in this video game that you're allowed to send a message and instantly block somebody. The dumbest fucking thing. Alright, anyway, workshop. But yeah, you see, it gets to him eventually. You get blocked, that's how you know you're winning it. So, may not impact him today, but he'll think twice. Yeah, very cowardice. A lot of cowardice in this, in all facets of life now in 2026 or 5 or whatever year it is, but especially in the game, a lot of cowardice. I mean, that's basically cowardice at its heart, right? Like to leave like that, or to just be like, no, it's over, it's over. Did you hear me? I said it's over. I'm leaving. I'm not gonna go first, but yeah, I'm leaving. It's like, what the fuck, man? Why even play? It's not, I'm not as such as you about saying for every key, but I always ask, are we completing before I leave? That's, yeah, I mean, yeah, just like I said, the only problem here is the fact that he regards himself above everybody else in the group. So if you just be like, hey, are you guys all right if we stop? And they say yes, then you stop. If they say no, then you continue. Like, that's, I don't know. Seems pretty obvious to me, but people don't seem to get it. Does this kind of thing happen often in WoW? Oh yeah. Not as often. It's not as often as you'd think, I guess, but it happens a lot, yeah. Oh, holy fuck, this guy's whispering me again? What was the question that you wanted me to ask him? No, of course not. Honestly, having that defeatist mindset is worse than just straight up leaving. That's what I meant, yeah. That's what I was trying to help him understand. Like, you cannot continue that key with that mindset. It's not possible. Did the warrior actually leave first? Yeah, he did. But like I said, the shaman was literally like, I don't even think he was playing at that point. We had 16 deaths in Cinder Brew yesterday. Timed it with 20 seconds left. Granted, it was a 10, but the DPS stepped up and killed it. Yeah, especially in sub 12, you should definitely always try your hardest, no matter what the timer looks like. Above 12, though, it's pretty much impossible. Him unblocking you to say one more thing and then block you again shows you definitely got to him. Oh, I know, yeah. I could tell by the patterns. Just the way the guy's like refusing to address the actual conversation. There's been some people, like you guys say, like you'll never get through these people. There's some people that's true about for sure. Like you can tell the guy's just like, he just does not even think about what you're asking him, you know? But this guy's clearly like his mind is reeling about it. Just the fact that the guy's typing XD and LOL in every fucking sentence, you know, it's like, all right. Insecure and good. Glad to hear it because we got through to him. I'm liking the resilient keystones. I've had a resilient 12 priory for a day now. Not timing or completing the key. People leave after a few deaths. I'm learning a lot about the dungeon. That's really cool that you can do that, yeah. Pretty much any game has this mindset now. In WoW, it just feels worse because it's people getting mad and NPCs mad at NPCs and not other players. Right, yeah, I guess that's true, yeah. Hey, Grixon, what's up, man? Welcome. 13 workshop, can 100% be timed? 3 minutes remaining. Yeah, I wanted to ask him that question. We gotta like, should we have it like copy pasted? Just in case he whispers us again. Although I think, he can still whisper us even though we have him on ignore, right? Is that how it works? It's fucking insane that it works that way. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Alright, well, very few keys, I guess, so we'll just sign up to both. Gonna try and sneak a few keys in. Sweet, man. How's it been going for you this season so far? That is how it works. That's actually, like, really fucked up from Blizzard. I don't know, like, the whole idea of muting people. I don't know. Like, you know how when you report somebody, all their messages go away? That's what should happen when you mute. Like, the fact that you could actually message... I don't know. I really don't. It's weird how they're, like, so weird about some speech and, like, being like politically correct and all this bullshit, but then they allow shit like that to happen in their game. Like that is way more offensive than anything that guy could physically say to me. It is so much more offensive to me that guy can whisper me and say whatever the fuck he wants and I'm not allowed to whisper him back. That is absurdly offensive. I don't give a shit what he says or calls me or, you know, accuses me of or whatever. Nothing is worse than not being able to reply to the guy who said that to you. Yeah, it actually enables enhancement, or yeah, it enables enhancement shamans. Okay, now there's some more keys. That'd be going. 2750 player though, uh-oh. You can pre-ignore someone, then send shitty things to them? Yep. If you report someone, it mutes them and removes all messages. Yeah, that's how it should be if you actually ignore them too. The best mute or ignore button is closing out their whisper window without a reply. It boggles my mind how people think wasting time and ruining hours of your day is considered okay. I'll never understand that mentality of it. Well, that's what I was trying to help him see, yeah. It's like, okay, if first of all, he had absolutely no defense for that part, right? Like, he's like, he didn't even, that didn't even get brought up, which is really weird. He just totally danced around the topic the whole time. But he had no defense for wanting to give up when the key... Like, his only defense was like, no, I'm 100% sure we can't upgrade this. It's like, Are you? I mean, have you done like a 18 or something? Because I don't know how you could say that. Unless you've done this dungeon like every single day for the last 6 weeks, I don't think you can be 100% sure we can't upgrade it. Yeah, his only response was lol. Oh well. Anyway, any enhancement shaman enablers out there? Oh, definitely. Lots of people out there. Enhance is not as popular as it was, right? Let's see. I haven't seen a lot of enhances. We actually could take a look at the stats. Ellie's dominating. Oh, actually, no. There's been plenty of enhanced. 21. Shaman is very popular right now. Why is this not centered? Who did this? Okay. Back to centered. All things are right in the world. Yeah, Shaman is actually the second most popular class. That's interesting. And Enhance is above average. 5% of all DPS are Enhanced. I don't know what the actual average is, but... had to report a tank for demoting a key and had to about beg the other players to report him. They were like, meh, shit happens, which bothered me more than the tank. Well, unfortunately, it's not against any rules, so yeah, begging them is it's not going to do anything. The only thing that you can report people for in this game are their actual like chat or something like that. There's only one single arcane mage. Yeah, let's see. One arcane mage, one survival hunter, 0 Augs. Oh, I thought we saw more survivals than that. I could have swore we saw a survival recently. And then 3 afflictions, which is growing in popularity because that was at 0 for a while. But rat is just dominating. 87 rats. That is nuts. 21.64% of all damage dealing players are a rat pally. 0 Augs. Thank God, dude. I'm so happy about that. Yeah, Paladin's over 21%. I'm convinced the quality of people has gone down over the past few years because people leave keys so often. Oh, it's like not even that's not even a question. You can literally see how bad players are, right? Because if you look at like there's like videos and shit of this. Like people had a better understanding of basic game concepts in Classic than they do in the War Within. It's really, really weird. Like the game has been gradually getting worse and worse in terms of its player base. Pretty much every year, I guess. Like it's probably very measurable each year. Gonna do my first motherload. Gonna just run your route. Only really seen yours. Oh, cool. Yeah, mine's I don't think people would look at it as the best, but I think it's pretty good. And the timer is very easy in there, so it's just about not dying, basically. You're supposed to bait these people into sending you a hateful whisper, then you report them. Yeah, I'm not interested in reporting the guy one way or the other. Been doing 10s, but haven't even done one of these yet. Oh, you haven't done motherload at all. Well, yeah, that's a problem. Rets are the Marvel movies of WoW. Big, explosive, dumb, sometimes amazing, sometimes downright awful. And no matter what happens, new ones never stop popping up. That's a funny way to put that. I like that. Looking up AUG on Murloc is Murloc. That's a website, right? It's so funny. Just says not worthy. No worthy being is counting on the specialization to prevail in battle. What the hell? To be honest, if the tank jumped off a cliff, I would just follow him. We have a video of that. Have you guys seen that Ruby Life Pools clip? Oh, I'm glad to hear you bring that up. That's funny. Always impressed by your stoic attitude, Metro. I guess I am very stoic, yeah. I've always been like that. I don't know what that word actually means nowadays, but yeah, either way, I've always been like, just observe, just follow, you know, just let things happen, basically. I've always enjoyed that. I will research this. Yeah, there's a crazy clip from season 4 of season 4 of Dragonflight. The player base in retail is very odd. That's why I end up quitting and just playing the various versions of Classic. Oh, well, Classic's way worse. Classic's way more offensive, even if the people who are perpetrating it are less offensive. Because it's like not content that should ever draw that out of the person. You know what I mean? Like this, all that shit happening there, like I totally understand the psychology leading to that guy's behavior and his reaction to my questions. You know what I mean? Makes total sense. But if this same thing happened in a classic dungeon, like what would you guys, insane? Like there's something mentally wrong with you guys or what? Like it wouldn't make any sense. Do you know what alt you want to run next? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Stoic, a person who can endure pain or hardship without showing their feelings or complaining. Oh, well no, that's definitely not me. What the fuck? You got it wrong. I'm not that, but I am very like, I like to just like be a stone, you know, just like sit there and just watch and just see what happens and just observe. I guess I've just gotten lucky with my interactions in Classic. Could be that it's, I think what's probably happening is you're like, well, compared to retail, it's better. So like, and even the offensive things in Classic are not offensive because you're comparing it, you know? But if you look at it like in terms of like the commensurate, like how commensurate it is with the situation, like that guy doing that makes way more sense than people reserving gear in Classic, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like the behavior of Classic makes way less sense than anything that goes on in Mythic Plus. Even if the behavior like on just a vacuum is way worse. Metro's alt would be another Blood Death Knight. I actually did that, yeah. In Shadowlands Season 4, we did 2 Death Knights. Yeah, viewing it comparatively, it probably looks like Classic is really way better. Plus the game's like way slower pace, so you run into less of this. Like in this stream, well, maybe not this stream, but like in some days we might get up to 12, 13 keys done, you know what I mean? Whereas in a Classic, if we played for 6 hours, you're not gonna run into that many people in that amount of time. I never really cared if people reserve gear in Classic. Oh, really? Yeah, to me that's like insanely, like it, I don't know, it's just like really a bastardization of what Classic's supposed to be about. You witness some pretty abhorrent behavior in Classic, to be honest. There's also way more degeneracy, like true degeneracy. Like actual racists, like actual like hateful people, like weird ass people who are just like hate women, hate other people of all their, you know, that aren't like them basically. It's like way more common in Classic for some reason. I think it's just how easy the game is. It just like collects people who are just not competent enough to actually do real shit. Gear reserving in Classic only exists because people join those groups and allow them to get away with it. I get your point. I kind of see that point. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I see your point. My guild was filled with that kind of chat. Yeah, it's really bad in Classic for some reason. I think it was partially a private server culture as well, because it was like really prevalent in private servers. I never really saw it in live WoW like ever, because I think Blizzard just doesn't allow that, you know. But in private servers, you can just say whatever the fuck you want, name your character whatever the fuck you want, and get away with it. Like, the first time I ever remember seeing it, I was in the Barons chat, of course, and there was a guild advertising, and the name of the guild was Autists. I was like, well, are you serious? Like, you can't name yourself that? What the fuck? Like, how the fuck do you get away with naming yourself that? That was like the first time I ever realized. I was like, oh, there's some really mentally damaged people playing this game, and they think it's totally cool to be able to do that. Joiner Gald trade chat is not any better. Maybe, yeah. It's easier to ignore in retail because there's so much more content. In Classic, you're like sat in those chats for like a long time, you know? Like, especially the Barons. You're in the Barons chat for like weeks sometimes, you know what I mean? Private servers definitely had crazy culture. Yeah, we have a really funny, like, we were in a guild on Nostalrius for a while that I don't even know what these guys do nowadays, but these guys were the weirdest fucking people I've ever seen. It was like, I think like looking back on it, I think the GM was like role playing, I think is probably the best way to put it. I think he like wanted to be like a drill instructor in the army or something like that, but he was like obviously just some probably fat old guy or something. But he had this like the strangest mentality to running a guild I've ever seen. And that's, you know, somebody who was a raid leader, you know what I mean? And at times was accused of having an overly strict mentality. So to see him being that like strict and yelling at people and like overreacting to things that were like truthfully not difficult, I was like, whoa, is this like RP or something? Like I honestly couldn't figure it out. But on top of that, it was like constant racism, like constant hard R's dropped in every fucking conversation. It was really weird. I was like, how the fuck do you guys live? This was in 2017 or some shit as well, man. Like, this is way before the world went wacky. And it was like, man, what is... I'm really confused what's going on right now. Really weird. Might have even been before that. When was... Yeah, that was before that. When was Nostalrius out? I don't even remember, but... That one clip you played a week or two ago? Yeah, that was the one that we were talking about, right? Where we looked back at it because Cop was bringing it up, that one guy. Thrall's Dorn chat is wild. Oh, really? Well, no, I literally left the channel like years ago. That's what I was saying. It's like very easy to ignore because you're not really spending a lot of time there. So I just left. It's like when people talk about how they miss the old Call of Duty lobbies, and what they really mean is they miss saying the N-word. Yeah, that's basically it. Like, you guys are low-key scumbag people, and you liked it when you were able to express that without being ostracized. So, I mean, hey, I get it, man. If you like that and you feel like the world changed in a way that's marginalized you, that's not unvalid. It's just, you know, I hope that you'll be able to be reflective and think like, well, I get why the world changed too, you know? Like, should you have expected to stay that way? No. They've always been there. They just feel that they can show it in the open now. Yep. That's pretty much what we were getting at. Try to do the Theo Vaughn. He's like, I write it down if I want to say it. Theo's fucking hilarious, man. How are you living in High Cinder Brew? I did 13 on my Death Knight and it was B Slaughter Me. Well, we literally just did 13. I'll probably publish it because it was like the cleanest run ever. But yeah, if you want to go watch it, you can. I think the big thing was the trinket, to be honest. That mud trinket really saved me on a couple pulls. If you don't have it, I'd recommend it. I also play without LFG or trade chat on, so that certainly changes my experience. I mostly play solo. Yeah. You know, I guess it's funny because I would always just turn it off in retail because it doesn't feel like there's any point in having it on. But in Classic, I'd always leave it on. Because it felt like in Classic, like, there's nothing else, like, you know what I mean? Like, we're sitting here grinding boars for 5 hours a day, like, nothing else to do besides chat. So I actually enjoyed that. But then, as, like, years went on private servers, it started to become, like, really weird. Like, I was, like, it felt like people were, like, actually deranged. I was like, what? I don't feel comfortable around these people anymore. So I stopped having it on. I've never been a huge fan of Theo, but at the time he said Bobby, like he was pretending to be Bobby Lee's dad, killed me. Oh, I never saw that. I finally got the DFC mount this morning. Oh, cool. That one's like, it's pretty common, I think, people are saying. Chatting and grinding is so relaxing. Yeah, it's definitely not too bad in Classic. I really enjoyed my time streaming Classic. I wouldn't be streaming this if I didn't stream Classic, so. As unfortunate as the Classic situation has become, it's still, I will always love the game and have a lot of good memories. Yeah, you don't have to sweat 24/7 in retail. You can choose to just level characters and chat as well. Oh, I've only done DFC recently on keys. I want them out. Oh yeah, you're just trying to get them out first, kind of thing. That might slow you down a little bit, but that boss felt slow. GG leaving. Yeah, 0 deaths. Can you imagine? Never seen Metro sweat ever. You mean like physically sweat? I mean, I sweat when I play basketball, but in terms of like freak out, I mean, I do it all the time. I appreciate you guys saying that because that means you guys have like a very high opinion of me and you're like willing to overlook the things that are borderline, but it's kind of, it honestly like makes me like, I hope I'm not lying to somebody. Like I hope you guys don't think like I literally never have bad emotional reactions to things. Like I am very known for this. It's not I don't know. I've had a big issue with this in my life, so I guess I worked on it to such a degree that it's a very unnoticeable now or something. But yeah. Definitely doesn't never happen. And so it worries me that if you think it never happens, you may then see it happen and be like, whoa, this guy changed. You know what I mean? But in reality, it's like, no. You're pushing high keys, looking at chat and vibing. You've come a long way then. Good for you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I definitely have. I always, you know, bring it up. Not like these people are around anymore, but all the people I've raided with for years who still come around here and there, go ask them, like, what raiding and playing with me was like, say, in MOP or earlier. You'll be surprised. You're the most stoic person I've ever seen play the See, that's, yeah. I mean, maybe by comparison to every single other person in the game, it looks crazy, right? Because very few people have ever done any, like, emotional homework, you know what I mean? Like, they've never tried to improve themselves. Whereas I've done this very frequently over the last 20 years. So just by comparison, I look, like, unflappable or something, but I flap. That's for sure. And as long as you don't, like, if you see me flap, as long as you don't think less of me, then I guess it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But it just always worries me when people are like, you're so calm and all these things. It's like, you're gonna see me not calm eventually if you watch the stream, and I don't know that they'll still feel that way after seeing it. But most people can't even play games without emotionally lashing out. And I think that's the biggest issue. Yeah, it's like people are like 0 percentile successful at it, and I'm like 90 percentile successful at it. But that 10 percentile still is like, no, I gotta get better at it. But the other people are like, I don't care to get better at it, fuck you. Deathbringer or Sandland? I am Deathbringer. Death Knights don't flap, that's a Moonkin thing. It's funny, no offense, I just, can you not tell that I'm Deathbringer? It's funny that people ask that, like, I think it's pretty clear, but maybe not. Most people are weird that Cop says, I don't know, I seem to recall you being pretty chill when Jesse lost his wig in Dragon Soul. Well, that was different. That Jesse clip is still one of my favorite things that's I've ever experienced in the game. I'll tell you though, that reaction is me being like, shit, these guys are about to get in a serious fight. Like, I don't know how serious Jesse was. I think he honestly was pretty serious about that. Just because I never heard him speak that way before. Not once. But regardless, I think it was partially in jest, and I think Nephiles was also mostly in jest. But I think if it didn't get downplayed so much, it probably would have erupted into a big issue. That season, that tier was the worst. Like, we had no issues whatsoever for years, and then all of a sudden Dragon Soul came out, and the fucking guild was like on suicide watch, basically. So yeah, my reaction to that comment is not me being calm, it's me being scared. It's me being like, fuck, if this continues, this might blow up to the point where we can't continue raiding or something. And at that point, like, the guild was all I had. Like, I had nothing in my life. That was my only socialization. That was the only place I felt validated. That was the only place I felt successful. Like, my life was a joke at that point. So losing that would have been very, very bad for me. But obviously things have changed. I have a heavy bag in the next room, helps a lot. What, like the punches, I mean? I've never really done that. Getting angry is normal. It's the people who can't do anything about banging their desk or screaming. Right, that's what I mean. Like, I think very few people who play video games seriously do any type of, like, active control of their anger. Where I'm the complete opposite. Like, I've seriously, like, sourced and tried to improve at that emotional response many, many, many times over my life. Definitely felt like Jesse was a bit on edge. If so, people didn't laugh it off. If so many people didn't laugh it off so quickly, it could have easily gone south real quick. Yeah, because at the time, like, I think the culture was growing around Jesse being totally a wasted slot. I think he knew that too, and that's why he reacted that way. Because I don't remember anybody ever bringing that up to him. that he still somehow knew that people thought that. Like, because it was literally, like, the comment that gets made by Nephiles is, like, exactly the sentiment that everybody shared, but everybody kept to themselves. Like, Jesse was simply using the wrong spells. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he had no real concept of the kit at that point, which was kind of crazy. And he just couldn't figure out how to heal. So it was like using chain heal on single target. You know what I mean? It's basically what he's doing. Like, we'd sit there and watch him chain heal a single target constantly, and then he'd be out of mana halfway through the fight, and it's like, okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But, so Nephile saying that to him was more like, alright, I'm sick of fucking keeping this to myself, you know? And so Jesse's reaction, the fact that he kind of didn't seem to be surprised by the reaction, like he already had a rebuttal in his head, like, first of all, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, like if he had almost pre-thought that out, makes me think that like subconsciously he knew that he was doing it wrong, but just maybe was too stubborn or just frankly didn't have any passion to improve. I'm not really sure, but one way or the other, the interaction is like very interesting to me because it feels like both sides were, it was like a tongue-in-cheek roast, you know what I mean? Like, hey, I'm your friend, but you still fucking suck and I'm mad at you. You know what I mean? That's kind of what it felt like. And I think if, especially with the popularity of Jesse, I think that if, you know, he made a big deal about that, it could have been really, really, really bad. You have a video on that? Siler's clip, I showed it in a video somewhat recently. That's why we're talking about it, I think, again, because it was just featured in a video a couple weeks ago. But yeah, talking about Jesse Cox, 1 million sub YouTuber. He used to be in our guild, and he's not very good at the video game. But we still brought him because I thought it was very valuable to have somebody, like, he's a very funny guy, he's lighthearted, he's a good person, so I liked having him around one way or the other. But yeah. And so at that point, I think a lot of people were probably getting sick of me bringing him around. And we're doing Heroic Zonaz, which was a fight where you had to split your healers up. And, like, every healer had the responsibility of, like, 3 or 4 people that they had to heal on their own. So this was, like, a hard fucking counter to carry to carry Jesse. Like, Jesse basically got carried. We 5 healed, and, you know, the other 4 healers just picked up the slack. But on that fight, you couldn't. Like, each healer had to cover a certain amount. And so that fight just totally exposed him and the issues we had with him. Oh yeah, there's a video. If you guys have never seen it, it's kind of fun. I mean, it's hilarious just because it's Jesse. But I think, like, if you look at it from, like, a psychological standpoint, you see a lot of damage there that was being kind of drawn out by the comment. I used to watch the co-optional podcast every week. Yeah, I haven't talked to Jesse in, like, since I think it was like late WOD the last time him and I spoke. Yeah, Jesse Cox was in your guild. It's not a small world. I went way out of my way to convince him to join the guild. I even paid for his transfers. Because at the time I thought, like, the most, because we had Siler, we had Poggy, we had Hybrid Panda, we had a bunch of people who were, like, kind of borderline WoW influencers of some renown at that point. And I was like, all right, the easiest way to keep this guild going is to make sure that everybody on the planet knows our name. This was like method before method, you know what I mean? Not like we were as successful, but like how they become a brand after a while. There was no guild brands back then. And so I was like, oh, I want to do that. I want to have the guild be a brand. So what's the easiest way to do that? Have big names in the guild. Is that your Death Knight in the raid? No, I played Holy Pally back then. That's why this was such a at-home topic, because I was one of the 4 other healers. And we actually had a really good healing core at that point. But yeah, Jesse was kind of just the odd man out. 5 minutes needed for the last boss? Yeah, I would say at least 5. I met Total Biscuit at the Hilton next to Anaheim Convention Center before BlizzCon 1 year. His flight arrived too early and he couldn't check in. Yeah, his death was tough. He was I was a huge fan of his until he went like full fucking bellular. Or like everything sucked all of a sudden for him. I don't know what the hell that was about. Could be maybe his health issues way earlier than anybody realized, but he was a huge part of the culture of WoW in the early years, and then all of a sudden he just started shitting on everything in the game, and I was like really fucked up. What made you switch from healer to tank? I have a whole video on that if you want to see it. TLDR, the guild needed a tank, and I was sick of recruiting people who just kept quitting. Like, we had probably like 4 or 5 tanks that come in, they were just total dopes. they couldn't keep up with the pace we wanted to raid, and they weren't there to, I don't know, they were just not good fits for us. So I was like, alright, I'm done with this shit. I'm just gonna tank myself. The idea was like, it's easier to find a good healer than it is a good tank, so fucking do that instead. But at that point, I was already playing WoD challenge modes as my Blood Death Knight. It was like an alt that I made just to help people with challenge modes. And I was kind of falling in love with it. But then when Legion came out, it was like, oh no, now I really fell in love with it. It was like insanely fun at that point. Tanks are always created out of necessity. Yeah, maybe not always, but I think a lot of people probably end up in that boat. I mean, like the Demon Hunter you're going to see tomorrow. Wait till you see that guy. That dude is definitely created out of necessity because he has no idea what he's doing. It's really weird.
Beware.
Always been a Death Knight tank? No, I was originally a Pally tank. I mean, like, I was a Holy Pally. So anytime we needed a tank for anything, I would just switch to prop. You know? But, like, outside of raid stuff, like, especially in mob challenge modes, originally I started playing prop Pally. Because the tanks in our guild were always, like, people with, like, real lives and obligations. So it was like, alright, we can't really rely on them to do content at fucking 3 o'clock on a Thursday. So I was like, I'll just tank that content, you know? And I just kind of slowly became a tank main without realizing it. Used to shit on Crypt for dying all the time back in DS. Oh yeah. I raided with Noble, the lore guy, for a long time, and it was always shocking how average average he was for someone who made WoW their living. Oh yeah, well those people who are like not content players but still like cover the game a lot, most of those people probably don't even have time to play the game. If you think about how much those, like, you know what I mean, like think about it, right? Like if I made a video, here's probably the better way to put it. Like if most of the content, if like 99% of the content on this channel was just me doing the reviews, I would never have time to actually play the game. Because those videos take so long, then like after that, you're almost like done with WoW for the day. Like even though you didn't log on and play it, you spent like 4 hours on WoW topics. And it's like, yeah, I'm satiated. I don't even want to play at that point, you know? So if you're like spending like 10 hours on a video, WoW related, you probably don't even want to log on at that point. I would imagine most of those people who do not like do gameplay related videos are probably not actively playing the game aggressively. Like they may play it, but they probably do very little in the game. Like they'll log on and play the expansion launch and do random shit like that, but they're not gonna be like, alright, I gotta figure out how to upgrade my character, you know what I mean? Like they're not thinking about the game like that anymore. Well, Bellular's, that's a totally different. That dude's doing it despite, like, he's not doing it to. He's not satiated by WoW. He's doing it to just make money, basically. That's kind of what happened to me at the end of last season when everyone stopped playing in my guild. A few of us left, needed a tank, so I swapped from Fury to Prot. Yeah, probably a very repeatable story for many people. What do you miss about healing? I miss raid healing a lot, actually. It was very fun. The whack-a-mole idea, you know? I really enjoyed that. I don't really ever... I never, like, loved healing 5-mans, to be honest. Healing 5-mans was always very unfun at times. But I really did enjoy, like, the DPS, like, okay, no healing needed, let's go. You know what I mean? Like, it was actually really fun as a Holy Pally for a long time. In Legion, especially, it was the most fun. Because you can do insanely good DPS as a Holy Pally in Legion. There was a potion called the Potion of Old War, and it made your auto attacks do like a ton of damage, I think is how it worked. So I can like legitimately pop that and go wings and full DPS, and I would like beat damage dealers and keys back in the beginning before I switched to blood. What add-on do you use for the nameplates? It is called Plater. You're dying? Dang, healing for some reason. Necessity is why I tanked Dragon Soul. Guild went from 25 down to 2 10-mans. And we needed double the tanks for that. Oh god, 2 10-mans, Jesus. I still have the Potion of Old War Keybound. Ah, that's such a great potion, right? I love that one. That and that blue potion from BFA. Or, no, that was also from Legion, wasn't it? Yeah, they had some great potions in Legion. Very good consumables in Legion. Guys like Bellular don't play and make videos for people who don't play. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Yeah, don't even like include Bellular in that conversation because that dude's a parody of what WoW influencing should be. They were also expensive as hell before Blood of Sargeras. Yeah, that's them. Blood of Sargeras. I remember that being a thing. As a demon hunter, I really don't want the secondhand embarrassment from your video you're gonna upload. It's gonna be bad. Wait till you see it. Is that guy getting rezzed by the priest or something? Why is the priest moving like that? Where the fuck is that guy? That's a really bad death there, though. That guy dies right in the middle of the burn. That's a bad one. For our third death, that's really bad. I hate Bellular's little stooge assistant. Oh, yeah, I don't even know what's going on that channel nowadays. I would really recommend everybody, there's 3 dots next to any video that gets recommended to you. Click those dots and go to don't recommend this channel, or whatever it says. And it might sound like, you know, I'm being harsh or hating or whatever, but like, it's not just that. That level of content is insanely unhealthy for your mind. When you look at something that's supposed to be fun and all you think about is negativity, it can seriously damage your mental health. So that guy like spreading that mental like health issue, honestly, is like, you should not be allowed to do that. Like Blizzard, I don't know what they could do.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you very much, man. Cypress, I really appreciate 20 bucks. It's very generous. Sorry, we're kind of in the middle of a heated discussion, but I really appreciate that. But yeah, I don't know what Blizzard could do to stop him, but it's like, you kind of can't let this dude do this. Like, he's like actually harming the fabric of the game and the mental outlook of the game. Like, people's mental health is on the line here. Is the damage taken that drastic of a difference from 10 to 13? Oh, way different, yeah. I find myself not taking any damage on this fight. Oh, this fight's very easy, but yeah, everything else really hard. Whatever happened to that guy Hodded? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know whatever happened to him. My favorite, like, where are they now guy was Hengus from TGN. I love that dude. I don't know whatever happened to him. Yeah, Hodded was the druid main. Taliesin and Evital are surprisingly in touch. I never watched any of their stuff. At one point they like, I guess they do this like random thing where they just like randomly name a smaller influencer or something like that, and they did that with my channel. And then I had the opportunity to meet them, and I was just like, no, I'm not gonna do that. It's like, I don't like that. I'm like, not gonna like go up and thank people in public randomly. But anyway, we got another upgrade. This day's going a lot better. 12 points, 30-15 now. He got drowned by the Method blow-up. He had been a main content producer for them and bounced out of WoW with the Method drama. Oh yeah, like never came back, damn. Pretty nuts. I used to watch Taliesin and Evital back in the day. Don't know what they're up to now. Yeah, I think they're just doing like news shit. I don't know what they ever did, to be honest, but... See, that like those are the people that make me think like they probably don't play a ton. Because I assume their videos take a really long time and they spend a lot of time on them, so... When you get to the point where you're putting tons of work into content that's not you playing the game, it probably makes it a lot harder to enjoy the game as much. That was a good upgrade, yeah, really good key. I never understood the people who watch content for years, which is just shitting on a game. So we talked a lot about this in Dragonflight. This is like a seriously discussed topic in Dragonflight. I don't know why, but it happened. It got brought up constantly, okay? You guys should look into this shit if you're interested in this, because it's really weird. It's very unique stuff to learn about. But basically what's going on now in the world that we live in, especially on the internet, is our brains are slowly like flipping in terms of how they perceive stuff. So because of how much access to pleasure you have, right? Like this gets brought up a lot with pornography, okay? But like how, you know, like the sexualization of another human being and the intimacy that that's supposed to share should be one of the truest pleasures you should have, right? I can literally open my phone right now and see any person like I want naked. You know what I mean? It's like almost anybody on the planet can be seen naked, right? So that has changed it's changed the baseline. So pleasure is like a lot harder to derive that strong spike of pleasure from, right? So instead, we invert our brains have now started looking for any strong response at all. Like, we've replaced the strong positive responses with strong any response. And as such, it's a lot easier to develop a strong negative response than a positive response. So people are, you know, instead of trying to make you extremely happy, they're now trying to make you extremely unhappy. And as such, they're in that mindset themselves. It's like at the heart of the mental health crisis. And I learned this and studied this a lot back in BFA. I was really shocked. It's actually nuts. But I do think, you know, I didn't hear any actual like clinicians talk about it, but I think it's like flipping back the other direction now. Like, you can't be that way forever, right? Like, we had the pure positivity for a long time, and now we have pure negativity. Eventually it flips. I think we're on the horizon of the flip. Like, I think people are starting to recognize that this behavior is really bad, that it's harming people's lives and mental well-being, and people are not going to tolerate it anymore. You know, like, we see that where people are like stand up to hate or whatever. Like, you see that happening more and more and more. And I think that's really healthy. I'm really glad to see that, because it makes me think that people are finally like, hey, enough with the fucking negativity, man. It's really nuts. What are we doing? Most of the people looking to hate on the game don't even play it. Negative content just does better. Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. It's not flipping. This has always been how our brain works. We are dopamine monsters. There's no flipping or flopping of human psychology, especially on that small of a time scale. We're talking, yeah, maybe you didn't hear what I said. Go back and listen to it again. T and E are the opposite problem IMO. Unreasonably positive about everything isn't good for the game either, and it doesn't feel genuine. It doesn't feel genuine, maybe. I don't watch their content, so I don't know. But it's better than the alternative. Just because, like, you got to look at it as like an equilibrium, right? You want to be somewhere in the middle. But for a long time, we've now been going down to the bottom of negativity. Like, it's more like culturally... It seems more culturally acceptable to be negative than positive. And your comment, you know, unfortunately makes me think that that's even more true, right? So it's like, yeah, so I think just kind of writing the equilibrium is better than feeding into the negativity. The idea that, like, I don't know what they're doing, so I can't even comment, but like the idea that nobody ever says a single negative thing about something, yeah, I get it. It's not healthy. But honestly, if they're like a source for happiness for people, then let them do that. Like, why not? You know, they're not there making the video game. I think people look to influencers and think like everything they say needs to be profound, but at the end of the day, if they just have a thought, it doesn't need to be listened to. Like, you know, if you disagree with their thought, then just disagree with it. There absolutely is DZ. We only have exposure to this stuff in the past 30 years, and there's measurable harms. Yeah, this is not like, I wasn't giving an opinion. I just studied it a lot because I started listening to podcasts, and we started to hear about certain like neurobiology and certain like, I guess, like behavioral psychologists and stuff, and then I started listening to their stuff, and I was like, oh, these guys are talking about video games. Like, they're talking about why they believe the mental health like issues have been getting worse and worse in the last 20 years. And I'm like, they're talking about video games. They just don't know it because they don't play video games or hear people talk about video games. And so then, you know, I started digging more and more into it, and I realized. Anyway, the change toward negativity being more socially acceptable started in 2020. I think it started before that, but yeah. Like I said, it's all about the accessibility to pleasure. Like, that's why I said you didn't understand what I said. Like, that was the only thing you missed. It's this, right here. As soon as you can get pleasure whenever you want, you stop cherishing it, I guess is the way to put it. And so then all you react to is whatever the strongest response is. So if you see somebody like fucking gun down 50 people, it's like, whoa, it makes an impact on you. Whereas like 100 years ago, that was like, you know what I mean? Like, it scared you. Now it's like, whoa. Because there's nothing positive. There's no positive equivalent anymore. You don't see somebody go and hug 50 people anymore. You know what I mean? Like, these things are, you don't search for that anymore because it's too easy to find. That was where this whole conversation started. I think WoW players are pretty unique with their extreme negativity. Most of us only play WoW, and most people who watch the negative content at one point only played WoW. It's not as bad maybe in other games, but I don't think it's as extreme. I don't think it's I don't think it's as unique as you make it sound, to be honest. It's probably not as bad in other games, but yeah, it's definitely not unique, unfortunately. I mean, I saw it in pretty much every like multiplayer game I've ever played. The worst people IMO are the ones who quit the game and then realize that's all their life is and come back just to complain. Yeah, I get it. It's sad if like I don't know. I can't really justify those conversations from those people, but I try to because I like to get in people's heads. And if I was going to, I would say it is sad that you're in a position where you want to love the game, but you don't. But at the end of the day, it's still a perspective issue, and you need to work on that. Like, to just be blaming Blizzard is just totally irresponsible of you. Anyway, y'all ever seen Idiocracy? I think these are just smaller steps towards us devolving there. Maybe. Well, we're talking about something totally different. We're talking about like a... It's like, it's kind of neurobiology, it's kind of behavioral psychology. It's kind of in between, I think. You need to understand both. It's like Andrew Huberman and people like him, they understand the actual chemical responses, which help you understand the behavioral responses better. But the chemical responses are way, like, they're super beyond my understanding, so I can't really learn too much from that. But if you were able to chart this chemically, you would understand it. It would instantly make sense. It would instantly make sense. Number of times I ran a key in season 1 and said I hate this fucking game was way too high. Yeah, and that's just not healthy. And that's what I mean. It's like a perspective thing. Like, you should pursue happiness, but instead you kept playing, right? Like that's what I was talking about. Like, happiness is no longer your goal. It's just that strong response of I hate. You're addicted to the hate now. You see? So that's what I said about the flip. Like, you don't really care. You just want the response. And that makes you pleasure. Like, that gives you pleasure in some way now. And it's so fucking unhealthy. And, like, the people who don't realize they're doing it, like, you know, just gotta try to get through them. It looks like someone figured out Fortified is overbuffing trash. Yeah, somebody posted that in my Discord. That's gonna be a huge nerf if that's true. I wasn't addicted to the hate. I was addicted to the loot dopamine. Loot dopamine? Well, regardless, you don't realize it, but you were addicted to the hate as well. Like, you were associating the loot dopamine, whatever you were saying, that was your perceived pleasure point. You were beginning to associate both together. And you're willing to tolerate one for the other. You know what I mean? That's kind of what we're saying. It's maybe not addicted to it, but you're normalizing it. Whereas that level of disgust that you're having, if you played a game for the first time, you would never let that happen. One way or the other. You'd either quit the game over it, or you'd be like, I don't want to be like that. You know what I mean? But because of this, you know, what we just talked about, it became normal for you. Once I realized that WoW is taking over my mental, I shut it off. It is getting easier and easier not to let that happen now that I realized it was an issue. Good. That's all you can do. It really opened my eyes when I started learning about that stuff. I didn't even intentionally learn about it. It's really crazy. Like, I was just sitting there doing bullshit BFA WoW content. Like those invasions or whatever those things were. You remember those things that alternate every Friday? I don't remember why, but there was something that I felt like I needed to do in there every week. So I just log on to that. It took me like 2 hours to do that plus the visions, and I would just listen to podcasts. And then I started listening to these people who were talking about things that were not related to gaming, but I was like, wait, this sounds exactly like how this video game is being played nowadays. And so the more and more I look into it, the more and more I realize, like, yeah, they're talking about the same thing. They're just not realizing it's also about gaming. The caches gave currency. That's what you needed, the currency to do the delves or the visions. WoW has always been a stress relief ever since the beginning. Like, people, like, seeing people fight over retail versus classic example is so weird. Oh, definitely good to have all versions, yeah. It's just the people, man. It's, to me, the people ruin the game. If I can just have the game and play it for what it is, it would be a lot easier to enjoy both. I got my first 13 done, and it was Cinder Brew, but still only have a 10 theater. Whoa. I would never be able to do that. You have a lot of balls. I'd never be able to do that. I feel like I would, like, if somebody saw me and they saw 3 key levels between my highest and lowest, I would think, I'd be, like, really self-conscious of that. What's the psychology behind when I would go to queue for a key and think ahead? Like, nah, I don't want to fall apart a car. I don't want to run the whole thing and someone fails on Yasma. I don't know what you mean, sorry. Risk aversion, I guess, is what you would call that. My wife walked in when I was bitching to my buddies in Discord about a key and said, "Are you alright?" That is the moment I realized it was not that deep. You mean like not that important, yeah. Classic is a weird cult. I enjoy the game, but the community is weird. Yeah, it's a big issue. Big issue. I wish it wasn't like that. Just had a toxic 10 Theater of Pain, and we didn't finish the key. The druid told us to kill ourselves. Send it in. Definitely take a look at it. Those ones have become more and more common, unfortunately, but definitely behavior that shouldn't exist. What videos do you have coming out this weekend? Tomorrow, I already have a video made. That'll be live tomorrow. Then I'm going to make a video for Sunday. I was planning on doing a review of Harry's. I don't know. I still may, but I haven't decided. If not, I'll probably just publish that 13th Cinderbrew, because I think that's like a really exceptional key, and that should be published. And then probably Monday I'll make another review of something. I haven't figured that out yet. But tomorrow's video is nuts. Wait till you see. It's going to be crazy. One of the craziest ones. Weirdest thing about classic players is how aggressive they are about retail. Like, you guys literally have your own game mode. Chill. It's because they secretly, like... You ever see, what is it? It's like, where people are, like, actually... They actually like something, but they are embarrassed to like it. I don't know what you would call that. But they secretly like it. They secretly like retail, but they're embarrassed to like it, so that's why they act that way. I cannot help but laugh. It was a bad run, but I kept my opinions to myself. Sweet. Oh, that was also your first 10? Oh, shit. I would love to record that. Or I'd love to review that one. Guilty pleasure? Maybe. I don't think so. It's like homophobia when you're actually homosexual. There's like a phrase for that. I can't remember what they would call it. But that's what's going on with a lot of those people, I think. A lot of those people originally were like, classic's really hard, right? But then, like, they come to realize that, like, they... are actually like a parody of reality. Like, the game is insanely easy and they just want it to be hard, so that's why they do all this weird bullshit and talk down to people who think it's less than it is, because in reality they want classic, or they want retail, you know what I mean? They actually want hard classic, but they know that if they say that out loud they'll get laughed out of the community. Internalized hatred, yeah. Maybe closeted retail players. Something like that. I knew a guy like that. That's why I brought it up, because when I was in high school, I knew a guy who was like, always would call everybody gay, like make fun of anybody. Even if you like shook a man's hand, he was constantly like making funny and shit. And then like 10 years later, I met him up again and he's married to a guy. I was like, oh, whoa. I didn't even bring it up, but I was like, whoa, that's a interesting psychological case there, I bet. Yeah, now he's married to a guy, yeah. They just want to justify thinking their game is harder. Right. Because they secretly want it to be harder. That's what I was getting at. They want it to be the hard product, but it's just not. I call that being rusty. Hard classic is Season of Discovery. Is it actually difficult? Like, how hard is the raids in there? Are they like 100 pull bosses? I think I know who you're talking about, by the way. No, it's somebody in real life. You talking about the gay situation? I was just talking about somebody in real life. I have a friend that always played female characters in MMOs and did roleplay in them, which he always said just to only look at a female instead. Turned out to be trans later in life, right? Stuff like that, I guess, probably happens more than you realize. There's someone in one who used to do that. Oh, really? Oh, well, I don't know. You should tell me who that is if you don't want to do it publicly. I don't blame you, but I am unaware of that. But yeah, I guess it's probably not uncommon. Starts with an S. What key are we doing? Workshop. Only played phase 1, but the hard part of the raid was just that it was easy to die and battle res did not exist. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no battle res at all, right? I play a big buff dude because I've secretly always wanted to be a big buff dude. That's kind of how I was with Orc. But it kind of got old real quick. Hundreds of pulls, definitely not, but it's not super trivial either. Bosses can take 20 to 40 tries. Okay, that's better than Classic at least, yeah. More like, maybe like a Wrath difficulty then. The Druid, I am pretty sure, was the one who kept dying, and I was going to say to him, but I thought... You're still talking about that run, yeah? Yeah, definitely extend that in. I'll definitely take a look at that. I bumped into Grass Cop in the wild, said hello. Oh yeah, Cop constantly sees people, like, recognize him through this stream. That's pretty nuts. Are SOD players still wiping the bosses that need a kick? I doubt it. What does that mean? No Azralanians? What, in the group? There's Cop. Yeah, Cop's here. Hot fix alert. Uh-oh. Take a look. Fortified been fixed. Mythic plus keys easier. Well said, Wowhead. How long has that been? I wonder. That's going to be huge in some dungeons. That's going to change Priory. It's only damage though, right? Okay, it's not health. Alright. Well, still.
4, 3, 2,
yeah.
1.
Is that why we finally upgraded Meadery then? That may make it a little bit less impressive. Classic kick is the worst kick in the game. It's on the global cooldown and it costs resources. Yeah, most of them are like that, yeah. I don't think there's many CDs or many spells that aren't on the global cooldown in Classic, but I think there's a few.
Beware. Beware.
That was over an hour ago. Okay, so yeah, we'll see. 10%'s a big deal though, I feel like.
Beware.
Imagine playing a Classic and interrupting Classic. I assume in Season of Discovery they give more classes access to it. Like I'm not even sure what classes don't have access to it, to be fair, but I know Paladin gets rebuked, I know that much. Don't feel kick on global is acceptable. You press a spell moment, enemy cast something, and you miss kick because of that. No, it's definitely acceptable in Classic. Definitely wouldn't be in Live WoW, but in Classic it's definitely acceptable. And spells in Classic are way different than they are in Live WoW. There's not this like litany of spells that you need to like sit there and monitor in every single content piece. In Classic, spells are very much like, okay, we just kick his one cast and it dies. Now that may be different in SOD, I don't know, but like in, I think it was Molten Core, it's like you just look for when their hands glow and you kick that once and that's the fight. So it's not like now where it's like, okay, we missed a kick, we wipe, you know what I mean? The kick joke I was making for SOD was the last boss of Nomergon or whatever it's called, the world first guild wiped to it for an hour because they didn't know they had to kick it. Oh, that's because it probably just visually wasn't obvious to them. There's going to be new music in the Season Discovery patch. Yeah, is that the first time they've added music? Jambo sent me that last night. I didn't actually listen to it. Is it good? That's the first time they've ever added music. I don't even know how you add music to WoW. That's one thing I can't figure out on the private server situation. I think you have to like recompile the client for that. So that's a big deal for Blizzard to do that. Mob Souls is a key, yes or no? Well, like to bring one back? I wouldn't be surprised if they brought it back. I don't necessarily like, I like the dungeon, but I don't necessarily need it to come back, like it's fine. It does have Memento of Angerboda, which is one of the best Mythic Plus Pugging trinkets ever. It probably is the best, to be honest. The WoW team always has good music, yeah. I actually should listen to that Classic shit, because I bet it's really good. Last boss had a kick with no cast bar. Yeah, that's kind of weird. you have to imagine that they're going to bring every dungeon back at some point. No. I can see why you would say that, but don't forget, they've already reused, I mean, now they've already reused Workshop twice. And they keep adding 8 new dungeons every season, right? Or every expansion, so. Well, more than 8 now. Now it's going to be 10 every expansion, it looks like. So yeah, the idea that they're going to eventually run out is not, it's not possible. If they keep adding new dungeons, they can't keep doing it, you know? Are you talking about the figurehead of the Nagafar trinket? I'm talking about, it's called Memento of Angerboda. It's a very high proc rate as it is. And it has 3 different procs, I think is how it worked. And whenever somebody dies, you automatically get a proc. Like, it guarantees a proc. And people obviously die all the time in Mythic Plus Pugging. So it's like, without question, the best trinket that's ever existed for just raw stats. Or whatever. I think it gave like 1 of each secondaries. I can't remember how it worked, but... We should have got Junkyard again? I don't... Yeah, I think they probably won't ever do Junkyard again. If they do it again, it'll definitely be without the bots. Getting that 3rd mob here is big for Marksman. Yeah, I actually think it's easier, to be honest. I think that fight gets easier when you have the ad out. I don't know how to guarantee it comes out, but I like that it happened. Told the Gore was so buggy, LeMayo. I had to pull in a route that relied on pulling through the wall. That wall shit was really, really annoying. Especially once Twilight Devastation was commonplace. Gotta hit him in the crowd with the tank mechanic. It's the charge, yeah. BFA was horrible dungeon-wise, LeMayo. Was it? Yeah, I disagree. I like BFA quite a lot. Outside of Toldagor and Siege of Orgrimmar, or Siege of Borealis. Those 2 were horrible. But the other 6 were pretty solid. And Toldagor and Siege were like 2 of the worst ever, though. Only a few of the dungeons sucked in BFA, yeah. The rest were, I mean, Motherlode's probably my actual favorite dungeon ever. And I think some of the other dungeons that had problems, like Ataldazar and Shrine, I mean, especially now that we've seen Atal again, I think you're seeing that, like, a lot of the problems with the dungeons were just very easily fixed, but Blizzard refused to fix them because they didn't want the seasons to feel that different. Yeah, Underrot was another great one. Freehold, another great one. Yeah, BFA had really some of the best dungeons. King's Rest was awful. King's Rest was bad for a few reasons, and again, I think those reasons could be really easily fixed. I'm a Mop dungeon liker. Oh yeah. Mop, some nice landscape and stuff. I really like Temple of Jade Serpent, but unfortunately, they already brought that one back, so that's gone for a while, I assume. King's Rest in Season 4 with Skip was great. Yeah, exactly. It could be very easily fixed. The only thing I liked about BFA Dungeons was the N'Zoth season. I wish it could have been an entire N'Zoth theme expansion, don't ya? You mean like the actual affix as well? First boss and first room were super hard constantly. Yeah, I mean, hard bosses, that's normal. That's supposed to happen. I love the BFA dungeon pool. Toldagor had unpleasant moments. Yeah, Toldagor was the worst dungeon they've ever made for sure, but yeah. I say that, and then I said City of Threads just the other day, but yeah. There's some bad dungeons, but definitely Toldagor has the strangest issues that I think I've ever seen in the game. The fact that everything was in such a very close, like if you took the walls out, you'd be shocked. Everything was in range. Like you can be within 30 yards of the entire dungeon, like once you enter it. The big, like the jail part. I don't think they've ever made something like that before. The post about the Fort hotfix, it's been live the whole season. What? Like the bug? Oh yeah, obviously. That wasn't something that just got randomly enabled. Waycrest Manor was terrible. Cop hated that, I know, because he got lost all the time. I liked Freehold with the BFA Obelisks. Obelisks were really, really cool, but... City of Threads and Stone Vault were the worst dungeons ever made. Oh, Stone Vault. Stone Vault, that wasn't great, but it was like average. I would say like average. I liked the parts of it a good amount, but nothing special. Waycrest was awful, gotta agree there. The original Waycrest with the random doors was just so fucking stupid. But, fixed. Easily fixed. Yeah, no Disc Priest this time. But the last time we had a Shaman in here, it didn't go well, so. This one seems like it's going. I mean, honestly, this is like a joke now. This is 10% nerf to the fucking damage you take on trash. Like, what? That's ridiculous nerf. We're gonna be definitely doing 14s next week, it looks like. Didn't know that was on the table for things that could happen in this season. Might have to go back to the damage trinket. I hope they bring back something N'Zoth themed. I want a real villain in WoW again. N'Zoth probably, I mean, would you ever say that's a real villain? But yeah, definitely Old God stuff next season, it looks like, for sure. Yeah, 10% I imagine is a full key level. I don't, that's what I was just thinking. Like, is a 14 the new level for this difficulty? I don't even know. Not really sure. Oh, again, we have no actual class to skip at the end. Nyalotha was a cool looking raid. I really do like Nyalotha, yeah. Demon Hunter got hit by that box and he did not even come close to dying to it. What is that about? That's crazy. Shocked to see that. How deep in the season do they reveal the next season's dungeons? I don't think there's any like structure to that. I think they'll do it when they want to do it and not before. So it might be like they decide very early that they'll do it, and sometimes they'll decide very late. Demon Hunter can use Fear Sigil, right? I think so, yeah. It's only Silent Sigil that they don't have, I believe. You can skip easily if he uses that? Oh, really? How? Fear Sigil? What does that do? It makes the mobs not get in combat? Really? Even if you walk near them? Surprised to hear that. I play Vengeance and I always fear that pack before even aggroing it, and you can just walk past it. Oh, really? Oh, is he gonna know that? That's the problem we'll now face. If they're horrified, it's like they're sapped. Yeah, but when you're sapped and you walk near an enemy, you get in combat. Has to be a hard CC to stop that, usually. Oh, you're right. I was thinking of blind when I said that. That was yeah, my bad on that. Zap does count for that. Demon Hunter can't do it, but he would need to Shadow Meld first. Is that what you're thinking? You don't. You can actually do the Death Skip without dying as a Vengeance. Demon Hunter, Night Elf. Just fear the pack. Pull the guys at the door. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I doubt these guys are going to do that. But now that we are going to have no trash issues, it's probably going to be not a problem anyway.
Attention, citizens. Please remain in your domiciles. Guards are currently en route to quell the disturbance.
Mobility compromised. I missed that so much. That's the only thing I'd say Junkyard needs to come back for. Mobility compromised. Dispriest in the group. Utility compromised. Blood Death Knight in the group. Well, that would also be mobility. We don't need to do that one a second time. What else can we do?
You dismantled a few of my lesser inventions. Let us see.
That trash
how
is
you
just
fare
harsh.
against
Oh, yeah.
something more advanced.
Yeah, I mean, we're over count still, but I was just thinking it's just going to get destroyed, so. You can always ask him in chat if you can fear that pack. No, yeah, you could. But if he doesn't know how to do it, it's just going to cause confusion, so I'd rather not. We'll see if he volunteers to do it, and if not, then we'll just pull it, and hopefully still have enough time. As long as they get rid of those little robots that you have to click, I'm fine with Junkyard coming back. Yeah, that's why most people would want it back, so I don't know. There's nothing to know, just place a sigil. Yeah, I guess I'd have to see it, because definitely... I'm shocked to learn that you can just fear mobs and walk by them. That's not how I would expect the game to work.
So, you possess some modicum of skill. It will prove in
Is it a talent to have the fear sigil, though, in the first place?
prototype.
Johnny's talking about the kick being hidden. Yeah, we're going back to that conversation. You might be a little behind. It's not a talent. Everybody has it. Oh, okay. So wait, why would you not sure that Havoc had it then? I was 10 minutes behind. There you go. I'm glad you figured it out. Welcome to the present. It is a talent on the Demon Hunter side of the tree. Yeah.
Beware. Beware.
Am I the minority that hated clickable Mythic Plus buffs that require different routes? No, not the minority. People just like getting buffs, I think is why most people would like it.
Invaders have made it past the
They like being
mountain
powerful.
fences.
And I think the reason people like Junkyard so much was because it was like, it played your character for you basically, like it did most of your damage, so. If the buff gave you almost nothing, people would probably hate it, yeah. Oh, I kind of like ran into the pillar there. That's not good. That's really bad. Just do it the real way. Excessive levels of flesh detected, yeah. Sanguine Depths Lantern buff was weirdly too strong and too weak depending on how well your group managed it. It was a really cool idea. I actually really liked that one. But that was like that was there because of the covenants, not really anything else. The weird part of the skip is that you have to pull the two bots to the side of the platform so everyone can walk by them. Yeah, I'll probably just fight those. One way or the other. I hated Sanguine Depths. Placing that shield or wiping the group was insane responsibility. Oh, the last boss. Ours blood 4 sets. Do you feel it? I don't own it, so no. Next week though, for sure. Can you still Warlock Gate the last pack in this dungeon? Yep. Not the full pack though. They split the pack up.
Beware.
I mean, you can skip the large part of it at least, which is what obviously we'd want to do in this situation. Some of the Covenant buffs in dungeons were way more useful than others. Oh yeah, obviously. What difference today compared to yesterday? Yeah, but to be fair, they like heavily nerfed the keys today, so I don't know when that would have happened. But I would imagine the Cinder Brew meter was probably the start of it because it was shockingly easy. pulled the lock yesterday, the gate, so we could skip the pack there. Hunter decided to pull and ignored the gate. Yeah, see, that's kind of the issue I've been having with this dungeon. It seems like very few people are actually like interested in skipping for some reason. Like there's been things in the past where people like, if you don't try to do what they want you to do, they won't even consider another option. But this one you would think would be like that because like we don't want to go 2 full packs over count, do we? But people just don't even give a shit. Like there's not even a discussion about it. It's weird. What dungeons have been nerfed? All. They just nerfed fortified by 10%. Not 10% of 30 either. 10% flat reduction. So it's supposed to be 30. It's now 20. Or it was supposed to be. I guess it was a bug the whole time, but either way. W route good? Yeah. Not for that fella. First death of the dungeon. Got caught by a fucking spinny blade. Now they need to nerf Tyrannical next. It was 40%. Now it's 30. Oh, wait, really? I thought it was 30 then 20. I don't know why they changed it, but I guess they changed it because it was just a bug. Like, it's supposed to say 20. Yeah, it's supposed to be 20 and it was 30. It was just a bug. They just fixed the bug, basically. It's not that they nerfed it to nerf it. They nerfed it because it wasn't supposed to be that way. Is it live on EU? I think so, yeah. There'll be amazing videos this boss this season? Maybe. It's probably not very hard on low keys just because how short everything would be. My man Banchers found the bug. Oh, is that him? Oh, damn, that's cool. How? I don't know. I saw the post, but I didn't read a second of it, so I don't know what it actually entailed, but... No, just damage, apparently. I was thinking it was health, too. Probably looked at mob damage numbers and did the math. I guess so, yeah. I just haven't like shocked anybody would do it. Again, this is not a nerf. This is just like a bug fix. I don't know how it got bugged in the first place, but once somebody proves that it's a bug, you can't not fix that, right? Like, what would you want Blizzard to do? Like, actually, we're not gonna change it, and instead we're just gonna change the tooltip to 30%. I don't know. I changed my Death Knight to male panda. Oh god, I'm so sorry to hear that. Do you like to time all your 13s and do 14s? Yeah, ideally I would do that, yeah. Mobs had too little health for how much damage they were doing. I guess that would be the way to look at it, yeah. Looks like they found it reviewing logs according to Ortimist, their Mistweaver's Reddit post. Gotcha. It's just like hard to believe you compare it, like, because what key are they doing that doesn't have fortified, you know what I mean? The monk and his group made the website not even close, which tells you what you'll survive. Oh, well there you go, that's how we figured it out. And what, like, people were complaining, like, I didn't survive it! You fucking asshole, fix your site! I can see that. That's pretty funny. They did the math based on 0 numbers. Oh, okay. Okay, here's how I'll do it. Let's see if the Demon Hunter says anything. I remember though that fortified always used to be 30%. Oh yeah, they nerfed that a long time ago. See? No. The bug is that it's supposed to be 20 and it was 30. Impressive right arrow shows you as a top 3 Blood Death Knight in the server. That's not impressive. We're way behind this season. For sure, no doubt about that. The season's still young. Yeah, that's true, but usually where you fall behind, you stay behind. Yeah, you see how easy this shit is now. We don't even need to skip this, like, joke mode. You're 21 IO away from being number 1. Oh, well, we'll get that. Like, what does it say my score is? Because we did just get the Rookery upgraded. It just depends if those guys keep doing keys today, too. Like, we're going to get all 13s done now very quickly. In fact, I wish I had another. We only have about an hour left, so I definitely can do one more key, but we're going to get all 13s done, no problem at all. And then I'll be back to probably struggling in 14s, I guess. Although we did that 14 this morning, Rookery, and it was actually very easy to survive. It's all relative. Compared to me, you were way ahead. Yeah, but unfortunately, it's not. That's not how it works. Me and you aren't competing for spots in dungeons together. I imagine keys will get even easier once dinars are introduced. Well, and then there's also going to be the new vision shit too, right? Which is going to nerf stuff even further. When did they nerf it? In the beginning of Dragonflight, I think. Or the end of Dragonflight, I mean. Whenever they did the affix changes, they nerfed, I think, both Tyrannical and Fortified. But maybe only Fortified. Alright, well, 6.5 minutes. Fucking better be enough. We do have 2 battle reses.
You cannot elude my targeting systems. You cannot elude my targeting systems.
Good day, Bash. Long time no see. What have you been up to? Welcome. Alright. Beam time. I'm only top 50 on my bear tank. What, on your realm? My realm's like quite small, and usually I'm number 1 by a lot, so. Dinars? Yeah, they're apparently going to be doing dinars at some point in the next patch. Oh, if you don't know what a dinar is, it's like a colloquial phrase for something that existed in the past where it's basically like you can choose one free piece of loot once you get it. And that usually indicates that people buy the most overpowered raid items, and that's that. I think the corruption will probably be a bigger net gain than the dinars. I'd imagine, definitely, because most people are already going to have that by the time the season starts, or by the time that patch starts. Unless you can actually buy like mythic quality ones, like you know how they did it in the end of Dragonflight where you can upgrade a normal item level 1 to a mythic one. If they do that again, then yeah, that will probably still be a giant thing, but most people will have heroic versions of the gear. Like the weekly sparks? No. If you didn't play at the end of Dragonflight or Shadowlands, you can take a look at how it was handled there. It was really impactful. Are we thinking the bug fix is about a key level difference? I haven't been able to play since Tuesday after timing my last 12. I haven't been able to play. You mean like you just didn't do keys? No, it's just a bug. It was just a bug. Some kind of mathematical issue, I guess, on their end. Corruption is just straight damage in a spot where damage wasn't there. That's a great point. That's a great way to put it, yeah. Getting a head enchant when there was no head enchant is obviously just a flat buff, so. Unless the corruption is extremely weak, it's going to have a huge impact. Since they're reintroducing old gear mechanics, next season they're bringing back Titan Forging. Oh, don't tell me that, man. Yo, if they ever did that, holy shit, I'd go nuts. Then we definitely won't ever touch an alt again. But it wouldn't even work anymore, man. Titan Forging is gone in this game. Because people don't finish keys. So you end up with like one Titan Forge the whole season unless you just farm low keys. I'd much rather my idea that we've talked a lot about where you get an item that you can choose to Titan Forge an item with. Like an item drops that allows you to improve the quality of the item and the amount that it improves it is random.
Beware.
And then you can combine different items of that type to improve the quality a higher amount. So say I get, you know, a +5 Titan Forge item, and then I have 5 of those, I can combine it, you know, into a 25 item level upgrade to one of my items. That would be the only way it would work nowadays, I think. One big random piece is never really going to attract these people who give up fucking 3 minutes into a key. It'd have to be something more determinate. Every item level increase would actually be an upgrade. If we could Titan Forge again, get rid of the worst stats. What does that mean? Hey Billy, what's up, man? How you been? Corruption is super weak on the PTR at the moment. Twilight Depth capped at 700k total damage for a whole dungeon? Or do you mean that's just how much it does every time it procs? I guess that must be every time it procs or something, but yeah, either way. Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to be very weak. I don't know why they're even doing it. It's probably just like, hey, you guys remember this? Just like a fucking visual enchant. Did we get 3k? We did, yeah. But they nerfed the fuck out of the keys, so. Yeah, it's just fan service, right? I find it funny how polarizing groups can be. I ran 2 floodgates last night. The first group said really good route at the end. The second group, the hunter told me the route was trash. That's wild in a nutshell, yeah. Especially when you're talking about DPS trying to tell you how to tank. Most of these guys like genuinely have no idea what they're talking about. Like they've never tanked. They don't know what you need to do to tank. They don't know what a route needs to look like. They just saw somebody do something, and because maybe it went well, like it might not even have gone well because of what that person did, but because it went well, they immediately associate that tank as being better than you, and they want to tell you about that. Only 10 points for that, but another 10. I'm cool with Twilight Depth fan service. Animation is satisfying. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, there was another nerf today, yeah. I have a very specific floodgate route where I pull exactly 4 crabs and call it crab %, and it's very nice. Oh, great. I'm glad that you enjoy crabs. I'm not complaining. I loved Horrific Visions and Corruption in BFA. Oh, well, as long as you're not complaining. Alright, well, I got time for definitely one more. I gotta go at like 2:15-ish, so we got about an hour, so. And now it's supposed to be 59 today. Good. Congratulations on 3K. Thank you. I was really excited when we did the Cinder Brew, but now that we're unsure if it was nerfed or not, it's kind of ruining the taste. But this week was rough, so I'm glad we got it done one way or the other. Is that really the last key we did? I feel like yeah, no, we missed a whole key. I don't know why I didn't put this on there. We were too busy talking, right? There, we gotta backtrack. Oops, what the hell was that? I didn't even know you could do that. What the fuck? You drag the... Oh, I had no idea that was a feature. Alright. So, workshop, or Rookery... Upgrade. We had Dick's Priest. Outlaw. Lightning Shaman. Moon Druid. And for this key, we had Rat. Sniper Hunter. Dash Off Ledges. Demon Hunter. Cool. So yeah, probably since the nerfs we were 3 for 4 for upgrades, so huge nerf. Honestly, should probably go back to the damage trinket, but we'll be in 14s starting next week, so it won't matter really anyway. What 13s do we still need? Flooded Gate, and oh yeah, and we know we can do Priory extremely easy, so that's gonna be a joke now. I feel like honestly we should just start queuing for 14s for this last key, I think. Especially, yeah, like Theater 14, if we can get into that. Anyway, what did we miss? Is this nerf about fortified bug fix? Yeah. Meanwhile, if you say something about a DPS, how many interrupts they do, excuses start flowing. Most DPS routing idea I saw is I saw a world first key pusher do this. Why aren't you risking this key to do it for 30 seconds saved? A lot of people don't understand why those people do that stuff too, you know. Duke Florida finals. If Duke gets to the finals, I'll be happy, but I definitely would hope they don't play Florida. Florida's the one team that I think can beat Duke. So 40, both damage and health got nerfed, or just damage for Fort? Yeah, just damage, yeah. But that's like the hardest part of the season right now, right? Is the deaths to trash. I love the other side. If they somehow made it into a bit less walking, it'd be great. Yeah, the other side was great for that reason, but bad for that reason too. I like the long meandering dungeon, but I don't like how much she was like 6+ minutes out of combat. I don't like that at all. Definitely a lot of good clips on the other side too. The Magic Dan clip will live in infamy. The amount of people I've grouped with who jumped off ledges. That dungeon had a lot of wacky moments in it. People flat out ignoring mechanics on Mana Storm. Mana Storm. Oh, wait, what was? I remember the bosses being nuts in there. Didn't the other side have 10 minutes of travel? It was like 6.5 minutes of downtime, basically, yeah, where you're not in combat with stuff. The flavor of the dungeon was excellent. I agree with that. Alright, well, we're going to do probably the last key for the week right here. This dungeon, yeah, this should be pretty easy now with those nerfs, because that was also, the trash was also hard at times. And I will run to the bathroom real quick, and we will begin our last key for the day. Unless it's a very quick disband. Bring back Bon Samdi. He'll be back, 100%. Be right back. Like, I'll also be back, so Bon Samdi and me will both be back. Metro for the low of death? I'm not looking for that job, man. That's just too much responsibility. I already got too much going on, honestly. Our Journey Together booster boxes are arriving. One come through UPS, and the other one comes through FedEx, which is always a little sketchy. Let's see if they are arrived yet. Keep forgetting to file the paperwork for War Chief, so I figured it'd be a good side hustle for you. Yeah, if you guys didn't hear about this, after Thrall stepped down or whoever it was, no, Sylvanas, right? After Sylvanas got like deposed, me and Cop were gonna potentially run for War Chief. Back when we both played Horde still, but yeah, we were supposed to file paperwork and we like missed the cutoff. That's the same Demon Hunter as the last run, yep. FedEx and TNT are horrific. No wonder they merged. TNT? Is that the talking about Turner News Television or whatever it is? You do any raid? No raids at all. Not raiding ever again, probably. Wish Vengeance was still a thing for tanks. It was so much fun in MoP. Yeah, we're talking a lot about MoP recently. Speaking of FedEx, my Guile Keys GK16 was supposed to arrive today and got delayed until Tuesday. Let me guess, that keyboard? Based on the name, I would think it might be.
Even though the core way is usable again, there is still plenty of construction work and rubble clearing needed.
What an insane addition Dragon Riding is to the game. It's just great. I can just sit here and like marvel at it. It's actually funny. Even though it's something that's been in the game for so long now. Alright, what are we doing? Looking for Bloodlust, I guess. That's crazy. 3,500 last season, 28 right now. That's nuts. 14, good luck. Yeah, we'll see how much harder it is. I don't think it's going to be hard. It's basically like a 13 from yesterday, so it'll be easy. The only question now is the health and the timer, I guess, but... I used to hate Dragon Riding when it was first released, but it was just user error. Kappa's that way too, right? Maybe his thoughts on it have changed, but I remember him not liking it when it first came. I remember he was on the fucking beta and like refusing to use it, leveling without it. I was like, you're gonna have to get used to it. It's too powerful. Ugh. Oh, Torpedo said it's a leverless fighting game controller. Oh, okay. I don't know what that means, but cool. That was you too? You were just like refusing to use it, damn. I guess I'm lucky that it wasn't like that for me, because that instantly like changed my whole opinion on travel in this game. But we have talked, I've made like many videos about travel in World of Warcraft, which sounds kind of wacky probably. But yeah, we've done a lot of talking about travel in this game, because I feel like travel is a core MMO philosophy, and the fact that they gave up on it is sad. But the fact that they came back to it with this idea, it's so not sad. It's like amazing. I still am. I tried so freaking hard, but I still suck at it. Same reason I refuse to use the goblin cars. Oh, really? Well, at least you can just fly regularly now. Might be an unpopular opinion, but I actually like flying around and finding the griffins to upgrade dragon riding. Oh, yeah, I love that. That was really cool. I like that part, too. I like stuff like that. You can just kind of go around and do that and pretend, though, I guess. Tough to do pretending, though, at times. Dragonflight launched 3 a.m. in my time zone. I was screaming during my first time dragon riding. Oh, you never like got on the beta or nothing like that? You never tested it before that? Drive is great, to be honest, but the zone could have been a touch bigger. Yeah, it's almost too small for Drive. It's actually kind of crazy. And I don't know that Drive has use elsewhere. I was thinking about it because I was like, all right, well, that's going to be the next big feature. And it should be, because it's awesome, but where the fuck is anybody going to use it? What other zones require it? Battlegrounds. Oh, that'd be crazy. Maybe like one of those seasonal battleground things. One of those. Does those still exist? Like Snow Wrathy Basin and shit. Does that still exist? What is that even called? PvP is like, I don't even know if that still exists. There used to be like PvP, like weekly things that they would do. There's a weaker out there that helped me perfect the glide angle. Oh, really? I do actually use it now. I just cannot get past a certain level of skill with it, which is not as bad as it was in early Dragonflight. Yeah, I mean, like, you don't really fly too far. Like, it depends on where you're going, I guess, but I don't really go very far with it, so it doesn't even really need skill. I felt like Dragonflight, you needed skill. But we're within the zones are mostly downhill. You're almost always going downhill. Like, if I want to go from Dorne, well, let's just presume we want to go from Dorne to Hollowfall. You're almost going down the whole time. So it would be really hard to run out of energy or whatever. I still remember when you and Sai found Snowwrathy Basin 3 or 4 expansions before it came out. That was actually Mione who found it. Yeah, Mione was getting into data mining or whatever. We have a video on Ace Games TV about it in like WAD, and I don't think it came out until like Legion or something, maybe later. The weekly thing was called The Brawl. It's currently Classic Ashran on EU. Oh, so it still exists. Okay. Yeah, I saw the Classic Ashran. I wasn't sure if that was... Oh, yeah, Brawl. Okay. I like Ashran, to be honest. I wish I didn't fucking hate PvP. It's actually, I don't know, I used to like PvP a lot. Like, I used to like Battlegrounds a lot. And then I started playing Death Knight, and it was even more fun. Gripping, like, especially in Ashran, but... The big one was South Shore versus whatever it was called. That shit was amazing. Just like gripping into like a one person into 40. It's like, yeah, the most fun thing in the game. I like Battlegrounds. Just have zero interest in any of the rated ones. Yeah. Rated Battlegrounds, not for me. I completely forgot that was Mione. Well, I mean, it's not something to apologize for. I was just telling you who actually found it, and then I don't know who made the video. It might have been him, but I think he made a video on it. What is this now? Oh, just some super late article. What the fuck is this article? Look at this. Third Spark of Fortune's available for crafting this week. It's 1:30 on Friday. What the fuck? Bit late for that, but thanks for letting us know, I guess. Solo shuffle can be fun, but then you queue against Demon Hunter and it's just no fun allowed time. Why? Why Demon Hunter? Whenever I think of old Ace Game stuff, I think of you and Sai above all else. I appreciate that, but I didn't actually make content back in those days. I don't know when we found the Snowwrathy Basin thing. I probably was making content at that point, but I didn't make my first video until the end of Cataclysm. And I don't think I made regular videos until MOP, like mid-MOP. Like, it was like MOP beta, because I made all those healing guides, which are now getting like tons of views. People are watching like fucking 15-year-old healing guides. And then I made like weekly videos on the state of healing in the beginning of MOP. Anytime they would do like class changes or something.
Beware.
Getting a lot of stops on these casts, but I end up overlapping most of mine.
Beware.
Another marksman, yep. They had so much leech and their meta CD is so low that also the ability where they fly in the air and can't be hit. Oh, it's just not fun to play against them. I get it. Okay. The Snowy BG was actually the most fun I've had in PvP in a long time. I don't know why they just made it 10 times better. I don't know why, but it just made it 10 times better. Haven't seen it for a long time. I wish there was more weather-themed BGs like that. Is that not something that happens frequently? I don't know how often they do those things, but... Yeah, that was really cool how it was like you actually couldn't see. It was actually kind of nuts. But then you could use Inky Black Potion and it bugged it out, so you can see. Spice Weasel, what's up, buddy? How's the keys going today? Very good, but mostly because they nerfed the keys, so we're back to like 13th being very easy now. They were hard, but now they're easy again. Oh shit. Trying to save my grip for that, but I fucked it up. Oh, that fear takes them the wrong direction, okay. At least I have not seen it for a very long time. Yeah, I don't pay attention to it at all, so you definitely know just as much as anybody. Oh, what is this now? Once you have one death on these bulls, it gets really bad, because now we have less and less ticks. What was that AV during the anniversary? Yeah, Korax Revenge. Yeah, really cool. That was, I don't think you can level characters like that anymore, but that when they first introduced that, that was so cool. Blizzard is balancing in real time around Metro's progression speed bumps. I wish. It actually is funny you say that though, because that's kind of how it's played out. All like the small bumps that we ran through so far have been coinciding with some big changes.
Beware.
Weaklings, here we come. Fight Waxbeard, fight weak, stupid.
Seeing so many Marksman Hunter kind of makes me want to give it a go. It sounds so fucking cool, dude. I think this might be one of the coolest iterations of a spec ever. From what I've seen about it, it actually looks really interesting. I really love the idea of crit damage in a video game. And I think I'm going to try to make that a bigger thing in my PvC server project thing that I've been doing. Because it seems like it would be really fun to just see like 5 times larger spells happen every once in a while. That guy got ran over, but he didn't die. That's pretty nice. Marksman is so fun. It looks like it'd be really cool. Destro with the tier set is awesome for that. Just huge, nasty chaos bolt. So yeah. Yeah, Destro would be like, holy shit, if they had a crit damaged spell. That'd be nuts. Or a stat, I mean. Holy Priest. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh my god. Marksman is very fun to play at the moment. More fun when you're alive. Definitely. Tier set basically is that you get 100% effectiveness on your mastery instead of not being random range. Oh, I don't know what the mastery does, I guess. Crits were such a huge part of why vanilla was fun. I agree. Yep, I totally agree. Seeing them happen was like, that was awesome. Back Before the days where you'd pull like 14 things and you'd never be able to tell which mob you crit on and stuff, yeah. Pizza's here, got some free mozzarella sticks as well. Happy Friday. Ooh, how'd you get that? Holy is huge right now. They are 11% of my healers and keys. Yeah, this is our second Holy Priest total.
Weaklings! Stupid, wicked!
They are definitely the least popular healer from what I've seen, but I heard they got buffed, so that's cool, I guess.
Quick, faster, faster. I'll catch up.
A deal with the restaurant? Oh, you, all right. So you got it because of some. I thought they accidentally sent them to you or something. Hey, Poachy, what's up, man? How you been? Holy's only 1 to 2% of the total key healers. Oh, where can you see that? Raider Arrow has that kind of stuff, I guess, right? Doing okay. Day 3 of no nicotine. Oh shit. That's tough, right?
Beware.
You remember that old Pat Warrior PvP video from Vanilla? No.
Fire bad.
Probably just more common in lower keys, I guess, is the thing. Whoa, Purgatory there?
Beware.
Shit's still hard. Did they undo the nerf? Yeah, we're probably gonna have some trouble here. Good darkness. Okay. Got away with it. I remember a vanilla survival hunter mauling people with an Arcanite Reaper, oh yeah. In classic survival was not even like an actual spec, it was just like a buff tree basically. Must be the universe trying to tell me I need to run with Harry. Yeah. Too bad EU versus US, huh? Did you end up timing the workshop? Yep. Yeah. These keys are really easy now after those changes. As long as you have a priest. As long as you have healers who could live. Probably the hardest thing I've done all year. Oh, I can imagine, yeah. Well, good luck to you, man. I know it's gonna be like, it's gonna impact your mood and stuff, so. Good luck. Oh, it's definitely gonna be worth it. What changes happened? 10% nerf to fortified. As everyone almost gets one shot. Should we list this one? Did they make new changes? Yes. I really do wish my subscription meant I could play on whatever region I wanted. Well, Oceanic and US is the same, but yeah, EU is like a totally different game. Is the fort nerf the only change? Yeah, that wasn't even a change. It was basically just a bug fix that somebody figured out. It was apparently being 30% damage instead of 20, which was just not how it was supposed to be. Anyone hyped for PoE 2? No. I heard PoE 2 dropped the ball. Yeah, we heard some bad things about it in the beginning. I keep getting nagged to come to NA so I can play with a friend of mine, but having 2 WoW subs running is a bit rough for me at the moment. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I would want that too, honestly, but yeah. Just how it's always been. For some reason, they're 2 separate games. Like, you gotta think they don't even have the same reset day, you know? I just can't get into those kind of RPGs. I really like the idea of an ARPG, especially one with the depth of Path of Exile, but I just don't enjoy them. I don't know why. I should like them. It's good for like a couple hours, but it would be really hard for me to play constantly, I feel like. I think it's like a very much like a... It's like illusory. Like, you get that feeling, and then you realize you're going to get that same feeling for the rest of your life playing this game, and nothing's really ever going to change. Like, alright, Path of Exile has way more build customization than Diablo 2, for sure. So that's good, but it's like, playing Diablo 2, it's like, alright, that's pretty much... Everything I experienced today is how the rest of the time I play this game is going to feel, and it's good, but it's just like, then it kind of wears off after a while. The thing I like most about Diablo 2 ends up being like the modability and stuff, so. Most games do not feature that. I love Diablo 2. Never played a game that gave me the same feeling. Oh yeah. Yeah, Diablo 2, definitely if I was going to play a ARPG, it would be that one. Since it's fully moddable. Just started to raid for the first time and noticed a lot of players have big egos. Is that normal? No, that's very abnormal. I don't think that's common in WoW. Just kidding. Yes, very normal. Sadly.
Beware.
This is it. Court of Candlekin. Teaching a lesson.
Beware.
I ate the mozzarella sticks first, and now I'm almost full before I even started the pizza. Ooh, you gotta keep it balanced. Especially when you get something like that. Like if you have, say, 8 mozzarella sticks and 8 slices of pizza, eating all 8 mozzarella sticks and then having only pizza left is crazy. Like what happens if you can't finish? Then you're gonna have only pizza left. Like you would want to have 4 and 4 left, though, don't you think?
Beware.
It's like those cringe dudes at the gym who think they're hot shit. Well, yeah. It's not a uncommon mentality, unfortunately. Rookie moves. You got to put the sticks on the pizza. Oh, whoa. That sounds pretty good, actually. I used to get this hoagie from a restaurant we used to get food from all the time. And they would put, you'd get a cheesesteak, and they would put sauce, like, I guess, like red sauce, like pizza sauce, and mozzarella sticks on the cheesesteak. And it was like the texture of biting into a mozzarella stick that's like warm and surrounded by cheesesteak was like the best fucking thing in the world. It's crazy. This pack is killing these guys, huh? I guess we gotta start figuring out how to skip it. I don't actually know how to do it. What's a hoagie? Like a Subway hoagie, right? Or Hero, or what do you guys call them? They're called subs, yeah.
Beware.
Hoagie is what a promiscuous woman... Hoagie is what a promiscuous woman wears to karate. What? The fuck? Call them subs up there, gotcha. Oh, I get it. A gi. Hoagie. I see now. I get it. I get it. That was a stretch, but I get it now. I thought about that for like 5 seconds, or 5 minutes before I finally got that. What is this? That deserves a golf clap. Yeah, bosses still exist. Maybe they'll nerf bosses too. Somebody go figure out that there was a bug on Tyrannical as well. Terrible boss to heal, non-stop, heavy ticking damage. It's a hard fight, but I think it's so consistent that to call it terrible is wild. Why would they stack on it? Is that what? I didn't even see what happened. Two people just stood on top of each other. Here comes the levers, yep. Just saw some tech for this boss. If everyone stacks up together against the wall, the statues clump up a bit better. I think it just stacks in general, yeah. But yeah, the wall's probably even better because then they can only all be on one side. Someone's been watching Mr. Tettles, huh? Oh, did he make a video on that? This is dungeon music? Yep. How many times have we heard that this season? That's crazy. Has this bug been active since the launch of the season? What, the fortified thing? Yeah, it looks like it. Probably since the launch of last season, I would imagine. But I don't know anything about last season's reasons for it to not exist. Seems to have only been active this season. Oh, okay. I wonder why. Hey, Bliss, how's your day going? Great, yeah. Big changes to Fortified today, so made the pain of keys a lot better. What's the pinnacle of gaming music, I wonder? This expansion, honestly. Pokemon, like Gen 1 and 2 music is so insane as well. But that's like a different style of music altogether. And then maybe like Dark Souls has some insane music. Ooh, 2 Xanarkand. Ah, Tubbs got it, man. He's always got the right answer for that. Do 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 do. I wanted to learn that on the piano, but man, I just gave up too quick. It's hard. I just checked my phone. I'm getting a foot of snow tomorrow. Oh wow. We're supposed to be it's in the mid-70s tomorrow. Final Fantasy 9 is a close second. Oh really? Alright, so that one's just not gonna die because of it goes away eventually. Interesting. Look at that HPS number though. 2.7. This is kind of like the boss in Halls of Infusion, right? It feels that way. Final Fantasy 4 had incredible boss music. 4, really? I never played before. I think 6 was 5 and 6 were the first ones I ever played. Boss is just constant rot damage, yep. Final Fantasy 10 had some banger songs, that's what we were just talking about, yeah. Return to Xanarkand, the best gaming song maybe. All things considered, the best gaming song. 5 didn't even come out in NA. Oh really? I don't know the names of the games maybe, but there was a game, it was like a CD that was 2 games for the PlayStation 1.
We can be free. But first,
That I think I had 5 and 6 on it. I played that.
darkness, time to flee. Flee to freedom. We can use big candle cock to escape.
Why couldn't we do that the first time? Yeah. Small mistakes. Final Fantasy Tactics? Oh yeah. Dude, Final Fantasy Tactics. I gotta. Oh man. Don't give me another thing to start doing again. Fuck. Every other release is jumbled around too. Oh, really? If you have the engineering belt from Wrath, you can pick a small candle up and run ahead to make some massive pulls here. Yeah, you don't need that. You can just do it as well, but... Hopefully this is loud here, but there's a guy on YouTube doing hour-long prog rock medley of Final Fantasy music. Absolutely goated. Recommend checking him out. Oh yeah. Prog rock is like really, like almost like metal, right? I don't know what that actually means, but... I wonder where WoW would be if they never added Mythic Plus. Yeah, it'd be really weird. I guess raiding would be way fucking cooler. Because all the development would have went into raiding again, but... Yeah, I don't know. Linkin Park released yet another new song last night. Are they like a band again, or what? Is it still all stuff that's been pre-recorded? WoW would probably still have challenge modes if it didn't have Mythic Plus. Oh yeah, well I assume he meant like prior to that, what the game would look like. They are back with a new singer. Oh, you're right. It's like a woman, right? I heard about this. Weekly lockout for raids, though. The replayable Mythic Plus is unheard of elsewhere. Well, you don't know. Like, they might have made a whole new raiding concept. New singer equals no-go. Same with Alice in Chains. Oh, Alice in Chains is the new singer? I didn't realize that they were still a band as well. Chester's daughter? No, I don't think so. John Podesta's granddaughter. Is that who it is? Who's that? Emily Armstrong is from another band called Dead Sarah, and Linkin Park took her in and teached her how to sing. Oh, she wasn't a singer before? Amelia Earhart? Is that the... No, that was like a pilot or something. You're thinking of the pilot. She was, but not as good as she is today. Oh, cool. Do you guys like her contribution to the band then? Had a lot of fun with challenge modes in Mob. Took a lot of breaks in WoD, so never did them there, and they were always just removed it from the game after that, and then they just removed it from the game after that. Well, they kind of just became Mythic Plus, to be honest, but yeah. The weapon transmog for beating them in WoD were so cool. Oh yeah, that was a good one. Kamari, what's up, buddy? I don't think Alice in Chains replaced their singer. I think they just kept it going, and their guitar player stepped up. Right, yeah, that's... I mean, they always did dual harmony the whole time anyway. We were just talking about that because people said I should do singing of Alice in Chains or something, but it's like, it's really hard because basically 2 melodies for every song. I just wanted to sit outside and relax, and all I have to do is listen to a weed whacker and a cat in heat. Yeah, there you go. The nicotine beacon there. Now you're frustrated with that. Rip Lane, yeah, really sad. I take the weed whacker in that situation. Normally a cat meowing is not gonna agitate you. I would imagine.
Darkness.
You would need a looper pedal to do both harmonies? Yeah, which a lot of people do, but I don't like that. If it's me, I'm just gonna do acapella and that's that. "13 deaths, at least people are staying." Yeah, we had a full wipe to the boss, so that was it. But I did want to see the whole dungeon, and I'm glad we got to. Because we're going to be in here next week for sure. 14 is now going to be our new progression target. We still got 13s to get, but 13 we're knocking on the door. Or we're closing the door on, I mean. Is anyone gonna hero? We did, what do you mean? We only got the one guy who can do it, and he's been doing it. Somewhat close despite the issues. Yeah, it's actually, it's like gonna be over a minute, I think, but kind of wacky how close it is. If we didn't have a full wipe, we would have easily upgraded it. About to finish all 11s for the first time and move over to 12s. How big is the difficulty jump? Not as big as it's been in the past. For survival, it's like almost no jump. Especially now that they nerf fortified, it's probably not gonna feel like any jump at all. But I will tell you the timers are way tighter because the death affix is brutal. People really suck at it. But now again, they nerf fortified, so I guess the death affix becomes a little bit less problematic, but yeah, definitely we have big issues with survival for people, like on trash especially. Make sure to thank them for staying. Maybe your gratitude will make them think twice. That's a good way to do it too. I don't ever do that. I should, honestly. I don't think anybody really was not going to stay though, so kind of it's not a bad idea or anything, but it's just like nobody stayed due to protests or something, you know. You can use the button in the middle to pick up the candle. Yeah, I know.
Beware.
We have to get into 60, right?
Beware.
Yeah, about 2 minutes over. The full wipe certainly was all we needed to avoid, and that would have been an upgrade. Oh, 55, gotcha. Gotcha. I thought about this boss would be worse before the season began. Oh, this whole dungeon should have been awful, but it ends up being really good. Is that a Sylvanas 55 or a real 55? I don't know. Well, at least we finished it. There you go. We'll say a nice message at the end. I was draining DFC and Mythic Plus for my first heroic run on its launch. It's very solid, yeah. It's a lot better than everybody thought it was going to be by a mile, I'd imagine. It's not a good dungeon. They just nerfed the bad parts and made the timer generous. Yep. Only bad part was the cart. They made that well. Yep. So it's just straight up walk by mobs or something like that. My thought that they would be grateful backfired. Like I said, nobody really stayed under protest, so it wasn't like anything that would get commented on. I was worried the shadow section was just going to be torture, but it's perfectly serviceable when you don't try to do the entire room in one pull, yeah. Alright, let's get it on the sheet, and then that'll be it for us today. We did get 2 14s in the books as completion, so that's pretty good. The big wax golems, large AoE cast can be line of sighted. Oh, that's not what they're talking about, yeah. I tried that skip and it's not really that big of a deal. You can even lose time in some cases. Oh, really? That mob kind of destroyed those guys, though, so I think we do need to figure it out. Yeah, we're way past 3K. We already got 3 keys above 3K now. The one day I can watch him work, I tuned in late. Yeah, we gotta get going. I don't understand why he thinks that. Line of sight, start. The tank grabs the one big guy and the smalls and then runs in the first room and line of sight's around the corner and you pull the double pack inside the room. That's usually how I've been doing it. But is that any different than what I'm doing? Oh, this guy's just wished he wasn't pugging, basically. It's the same. We're just line of sighting in the other corner, basically. Is it basketball weather? Yeah, I'm gonna go play basketball. I get obese man vibes from that priest. I don't think. I think he's just basically doesn't understand that in pugging sometimes people won't do what you expect them to do. Not being hostile or nothing like that. But yeah, only second holy priest of the season, I think, so that's cool. Or maybe we've seen 2 now. Is that the 3rd one? Yeah, that's the 3rd one. Alright, Havoc. What a difference the key makes, huh? That guy was top damage on that one. The last one he was bottom by a lot. Marks and Bombkin. Why is Holy Priest the same color as Rogue? I don't know. Only so many colors I can come up with. Just wanted to have this Priest and Holy be different so you can visually indicate them. Alright, well that's that, I guess. Only 2 disbands today, and that was before the changes, I think. Well, Workshop, I guess, was after, but... Pretty solid day. We did turn the week around, but I think mostly because of Blizzard. What do you think about Blood Death Knight with Sandlane and Mythic Plus? I've never played it. Alright, so thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Stay tuned. We have a banger tomorrow. It's going to be a fucking riot tomorrow. I'm probably going to do a review of Harry's runs for Sunday. If not, I'm just going to publish that workshop, even though I think it's nerfed. I think it's still a really good run. And then maybe Monday, definitely Monday, then we'll do another review, a random review. So stay tuned. Thanks for hanging out this week. It was actually a great week. I appreciate a lot of donations and stuff this week too. I appreciate all that. And then yeah, we're back Tuesday with more streaming. What time is Duke playing on Saturday? Hold on. Make sure you guys watch Duke and support them. If you don't, then well, we'll be less friendly with each other, I guess. 8:49. It says 8:49. That's the real time. 8:49 on Saturday. Okay. So yeah, we'll have 4-piece next week too, so that'll help our damage, I guess. Not by a ton, but anyway, thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you guys in the next one.